Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Welcome back into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon. Host for today. How's everyone doing today? How's it going? 491 Fana, Mr. Wizix, MakerMind Nexus. How's it going, Dan? Nice to see you here. Nice to see you here. So, we had a little chat on Thursday about some of the stuff that happened during Remurf. We're going to get into a little bit more of that later in the week as well, simply because I realized that the majority of the, say, the haul, I went over some of the stuff that I got as far as filament, traded some things for some tool heads, so on and so forth. But I'll say like the sticker haul and stuff like that, Miss Dragon has all that. So I posted some pictures up on Discord as she had some things laid out in the hotel room. But once she gets back, we'll kind of go through those a little bit. But Remurf was a blast. As always, first show of the year. It's a good chance to get together and see everybody again. And I'm so looking forward to Murph already. In fact, I booked my hotel last night. We're going to have we're going to have all of Team Dragon there. We're going to have Evil Diesel back. Miss Dragon's going to be there. And I believe Evil Diesel's daughter's coming as well. So we're going to have plenty at the show to include Black Box. So the plan is to have Black Box done, printing, fully vetted and tested, and at the show for Murph, which means got a lot to do on it. I was sitting down taking notes last night of, okay, what did we skip? What did we need to come and work on? And, there's a lot of little things left to do. I keep talking about needing to do some wiring, so we need to finish a few wire terminations up here on the X gantry. We need to do our PTFE tubes and do our wiring harnesses and get everything put together for each of the tool heads. There is a gap here. Let me switch cameras. See if I can't move some, make it more visible. So there is a tool gap here. Okay. So we did finally splurge and get the last tool head. So this is going to be another Revo tool head set. So I'm going to build this off stream and get it ready to go. And that way we will have all 5 tools set and ready for prime time here. We still need to mount our bed. I did talk to Chris about the bed Wagos, and it looks like I need to move my thermistor wires over one set, and we bring our ceramic thermistor into the Wagos as well. So one leg of the ceramic thermistor will go to the load wire, which goes to the SSR. The other side goes into the other Wago, and then the wire that goes into the bed will go into the Wago. And what that means is the ground wire goes all the way back to the power supply unit, or the Wagos over on the power supply unit. So we will have a continuous ground on the bed that goes all the way back. What else? We need to install the actual leg counterweights, the counterweight boxes. And then, let's see, we need to install the black stop triggers. So the highly talked about, vaunted, I just love the way he showed. Right? Little containers. I got to be careful to not do this right over my coffee cup because it'll wind up in the coffee cup. But This is the vaunted black stop trigger. It is a magnetized set screw, basically. So we still need to uh, tap the holes on a couple of places on our gantry and install these. So these will get done. The black stop, X gantry wires, install the counterweight, the actual like lead pellets that go into the counterweight boxes on each side. And it's very, very, very important that we don't spill our balls everywhere. Because, you know, Chris had his balls all over his desk and it was very, very bad. I think he said that he is still finding the little lead pellets or balls everywhere in his downstairs basement. We'll then mount the left panel, which will go on this side of the printer. That, of course, has the water pump on it. We'll need to fashion the last connector for the water pump. And then wire the water pump and fan, run the last of the cooling lines, and then we'll come back and we'll do our tool head PTFE tubes and start plugging in our wires. So it's a lot of like punch down list items that we need to do. And I did get, I think Chris said it's about a 90% commissioning guide from him yesterday. And I need to go through that and try and just read through it, see what we need to do. That's probably not going to happen today. I think we'll be doing a lot of the basics. We definitely want to get the panels on our lower, the lower deck panels installed, because that's going to protect our electronics. Because once we go to start filling the water lines, this doesn't move once we start filling the water line. Oh, I have to drain out all the too many chances of moving it around and causing a leak. So like when I go to move this to earth, we're gonna have to drain the water system. Take the printer to MRF and then refill the water system. It's just safer that way. That way we don't bust the line, we don't knock a line off or anything like that and cause a leak that then shorts things out. So yeah. Yeah, when your balls are all over the place, it is. Hey, Winsing, how's it going? Welcome on in. Royal Nomi, good morning. By the way, folks, we've got another 3D print SOS coffee cup like I was telling you about. This one has all the various hot ends. So we've got Reality, the E3D V6 Volcano, looks like a Dragon High Flow, a Mosquito. Keep going around. A Rapido, a Boron Revo, a Bamboo Labs, and a Goliath. So yeah, this goes along with the mat that we've had up on the table. I don't have it up on the table today just because I don't want to catch it as I'm moving the printer around. But yeah, we're going to be doing some little bits of wiring here and there. I'm going to have to take some things off, put some things on, or I might just do that off stream. So we've got to make our our Z stop pigtail. We've got to cut our wires and do the wiring for our spool lock motor. We've got our fan, our part cooling fan, which I've already cut and trimmed down to size. so that will join there. This will be the motor for the tool lock. This goes to the Z end stop. Now I will need to take the Z end stop back off and solder, some short lengths of blue and black cables so that it matches. We get that done up. We may put the bed on and work on getting when I say put the bed in, we're going to set the bed up here and we're going to work on getting the wiring done. And then we'll probably take the bed back off simply because it's added weight and I don't want to keep up with all the extra weight. We will add our counterweight material, which I need to do before I put the left side panel on. So it needs to get done. Kind of an order of operations thing, just so it's easier. Then we'll get our deck panels on. So just want to show you guys, let me bring you guys down and show you kind of what our wiring looks like. So a couple of the wires come down here and either come up to the A motor or over to the Z motor, but just about everything else comes straight across to the cable trough and then down around the other cable trough to wherever it needs to go. Same type of thing here on our extension board. All of the connections for the 3, 4, and 5 tool head come straight down. Down the cable ladder, around, under, straight across, and then in. This is our CAN FD cable that I just kind of looped around, and it comes over here to, where's my CAN FD? CAN FD cable is right here. Kind of hard to see. And then the power joins in here and then comes over to the power supply. So all of our wiring is very neat. It's very clean. These cable troughs really come in handy to cover up and make the mess nice and pretty. So I really like that. We've got all of our wires out of the way of moving parts. Yeah. So one of the things that Chris is still working on is going to be a wire routing guide or set of pictures like you would see on the LDO motors that really shows you where each wire bundle is going to be routed bottom based on the lengths of the wire harness. We did find a couple of issues with the wire harness and links. I've got that feedback to Chris so that future wire harnesses will be fixed. But it's really some of the wiring harnesses, like for tools 4, 5, and 6, he kept adding to the length instead of subtracting to the length. So as you get over 3, 4, and 5, so as you get to like tool 5, you're going to have extra length. Bunch it up down there in your cable trough, and you're all fine. But future ones will get fixed. So, good morning, Timor. Welcome on in. Webs and Flows, welcome on in. Mayhem, good morning. Good morning. So yeah, that's what we're doing, is just kind of working on the punch down list. The little things that we skipped here or there to keep moving. Some of it's going to be doing some wiring connectors. Other parts will be, starting to add on the panels kind of where we stopped off. Like we got the left panel ready to be mounted. We just didn't mount it yet. And then we'll start working on the rest of our coolant lines and all of that good stuff. So with that being said, I will move the tool head kind of over here some. It's going to be a little bit hard to see what I'm doing and working on. Let me try and bring you guys in a little bit closer if my camera will play nicely and not get pulled down. Oops, come on. Third angle. Yep. Camera's not going to play. How can I best do? Maybe if I bring you guys down here. Oh, I still let the wire do it. Pull you down, give you. Okay, that should hopefully work. So what I'm going to start with is just adding the microfit connector for the part cooling fan, making sure that I put the ends in the right order so that we can plug this in, and hopefully I still have some JST or some microfit 2 pins. So we'd already done the one side when we were building out the wiring harness. So now it's just going to be re-terminating the end, because once again, standard, the standard fan comes with JST connector. So we've cut this to length, and now we're just going to terminate with microfit 3. Good morning, Da Vinci. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well on this fine Saturday morning. Yeah, for those of you that were at Murph, for those of you that missed the Thursday stream, we have some changes and additions in the Dragon Den. So, well, let's go through the whole story first. So Mrs. Dragon drove out the weekend before Murph, sorry. And she had the Kia Soul fully loaded with all of the stuff for the table, with 4 printers, and she was set to go. She picked me and Evil Diesel up at the airport. And the reason we flew in is because the plan was always going to be for us to drive a moving van back with some stuff from her mom's storage unit when her mom moved into a smaller place. So we get out there, we do the Chinese fire drill, swap cars out at the cell phone lot. Mrs. Dragon and the fam start heading up. Me and Evil Diesel grab some Dunkin', got to have our coffee, and away we go, right? We hit the road, we start going. Just a few miles up the highway, up E470 on the way to Loveland, the Kia Soul lost its soul. And what I mean by that is the engine self-destructed. So, long story short, I texted Chris from KB3D. Chris and Chris came to rescue us, and they made several calls. Steve Peterson of Steve Builds fame did some coordination at the actual event, because KB3D was not at the show yet. And Ian from How To Texan drove out from the show with his trailer, and we unloaded everything out of the Kia, and we got it taken down to a dealership. And then we went about the show, right? It was tragic, but we went about the show. We got the show. Well, Monday, as Chris and Chris get me and Evil Diesel back down to Denver. They take us down to the airport with them, and then we catch an Uber over to get the U-Haul and get that loaded up. We get a call that Kia has approved a replacement engine, and the engine had been ordered. And looks like we have an ad break getting ready to start. So hopefully you guys can still hear me. Hello, Felipe. Welcome on in. Exactly. I love how the community rallied together. I chatted with Ian several times throughout the show. Of course, chatted with KB3D all throughout the show because we were set up right by them. And it really impressed Mrs. Dragon as well, since that was her first time being in the, being out at a show and in the environment. So she was very, very appreciative of all the assistance and very, very happy of everything that was going on. Sorry, I'm taking a look over the new printer. So at the show, there was a young man by the name of Woohoo Sam, aka Sam, part of the Boron team. Young little guy, very very hustle-minded attitude, because he came into the show with the express intent of taking a couple of spare parts that he had and seeing what he can turn it in through trades and barters. Okay. Well, let's just say he traded into a Micron Plus built by yours truly, swapping me for a Tube Air hot end. So those of you not familiar, the Tube is a new all-metal hot end that does not require a cooling fan to cool the hot end, because it does so via its mounting bracket. It's an all-metal hot end that gets mounted to a metal plate and therefore wicks the heat away. So I'm the proud owner of a Tube now. Oh, hey, Chris 2, welcome on in. Chris 2, one of the saviors of Team Dragon. And then, so I got a Tube. And then he came around on day 2, on Sunday, and said, would you be willing to trade the salad fork for a complete ERKFA V2 kit and a Takado, or Takoto, I don't know how you, hot end, and an FXD extruder. Well, that hot end and extruder combo is about $400. You throw in the ERKFA kit, and that's about a $500-600 trade there for the printer. So I said yes. I had also told a group of kids at the show known as Tugboat 3D Printing that if I had not made a deal on the salad fork by the end of the show, that it would be theirs. So now I kind of feel bad because I traded it out, because I was really looking forward to giving it to the kids. So I'm going to be working with KB3D, and we're going to be setting them up with a Rook 2020 kit. And I've already ordered filament. I've talked to them. I've ordered filament. I'm going to print all the parts for them, because my Rook 2020 that's been sitting at the KB3D booth now for, I think, 3 events, it was starting to gnaw on one of the belts. So I need to look at the gantry. And I figured, well, if I'm unbelting it and taking things apart to look at the gantry, I might as well reprint the parts, because they're not in the proper orange color. So according to KB3D Chris, as in with a K, not Chris 2, Fusion Filaments ABS 1.5, I believe. Electric Pineapple is the closest thing to the KB3D color. So I've got some of that on order. So we're going to be reprinting all the parts for the Rook 20. And welcome on in, old man Shorty. Welcome on in. We have been working on the black box tool changer printer on our Saturday streams. And right now we're going through and just doing the punch down list, doing some of the final wiring pieces that we need to do on the X gantry. We're going to be adding on the, let's see, the black stop triggers, which are stainless steel magnetic triggers for the Hall effect in stops on the X and Y. Oh yeah, love my KB3D hat. I picked up a couple of new KB3D shirts while I was there. Thank you, thank you guys. So yeah, hey Killer Dragon, how's it going? Aaron F. Geared, welcome on in. Let me see. Time to take the kid to work and have lunch with the wife. Hey, Mayhem, family first. Go take care of family. Come back, we'll probably still be streaming, That's me. Old man Shorty, this is the only close thing about this being a Voron build is that it uses a 300 by 300 Voron bed. That's about it. Let's see. I'm doing good, Killer Dragon. Doing good. So let me grab the. Actually, I have a. I don't know if I have a bang command. Obviously not. I know I have a timer set up. So let me go ahead and grab the link for the black box stuff. So it should be the link to bring you up to the black box website to kind of show you more about the black box. So let me just do a quick overview here. So I'm gonna move the camera. So the black box is a water-cooled X gantry. So it is a water-cooled X gantry, right? Tool changer. So we use a NEMA 8 tool changer motor, and the extruder is on the X gantry. So each tool head in our tool head dock over here has the secondary gear for the extruder and a cold block, which is this smaller slab of aluminum. And while in its cradle, one side of this cool block sits on against this cooling idle bar, and that and that idle bar has water is first stage of the water cooling loop and keeps everything nice and cool while it sits over here. So all 5 tool heads can remain at temperature ready to go. The X gantry will come over and pick it up, and this side of the cold block will now be touching the plate down here, which is going to kinetically wick the heat up, and we've got a water block here that'll have another set of water cooling loops. That'll be the second loop on here. So this is a 5 head tool changer, all water cooled. It uses, sorry about the camera stuff here, guys. It uses Duet hardware for the brains. So we've got a Duet 3 6HC as the main controller and a Duet 3 3HC as a secondary, or excuse me, an extension. And we need this to provide the heater and thermistor inputs for tool heads 3, 4, and 5. Okay. Going on over on the power side here, we've got a Meanwell 350, an LRS 350 24-volt power supply. We've got a 24 to 12 volt 10 amp converter. We have a 24 volt to 5 amp converter. This powers the water pump. This powers the Raspberry Pi, as well as provides 5 volt external power into our 6HC. And then we've also got the SSR here for the mains heated bed. This is using a Mandala Roseworks matched height kinetic mounting system with a Mandala Roseworks 300 by 300 boron bed, Mic 6 bed, and it is the mag bed, so it's the extra robust magnet bed. This is a Core XY gantry system with a belted Z, so we've got one Z motor running a drive pulley. So this is a 20 to an 80 tooth drive pulley with drive pulleys on each side that then lift the bed up on each side. These boxes here will be counterweight boxes. So we're going to put about 5 pounds of counterweight split between the two sides to help overcome the weight of this bed. So we've got this nice stout 2040 bed gantry system with, a Mic 6 build plate on here. So it's really, really stout and heavy. This thing is a beast. As you can tell, this is 40/40 main extrusions. The cross bases at the bottom are 20/60, and that just gives us the places to mount like our bottom panels to cover up the electronics and stuff like that. So yeah, Killer Dragon, exactly. Holy crap, this is a beast of a printer. Actually, the base kit, depending on what you put in on your tool heads, right? I am running 4 Revo tool heads. Those tool heads are running the high flow heater cores and 0.6 obsidian nozzles to start with. I may swap those out with the high flow obsidian nozzles down the road, or maybe even go to the high temp, haven't decided. The 5th tool head, this one is running a E3D V6 titanium heat break that's up in this section. The copper or the nickel plated copper heat block, which means better transfer of the heat into the copper, and a 0.6 Slice Engineering gamma hardened nozzle. So all 5 of my nozzles or hot ends are hardened all the way through. And the reason I went with one that was a V6 is so I can try out different nozzles. So I'll be able to take this off, the gamma nozzle, and try like a straight tungsten carbide nozzle or an Undertaker nozzle or a CHT hardened nozzle, pick a nozzle. I'll be able to swap these out and try out different nozzles and make this kind of a test bed. So yeah, this is a robust little monster, is how I would put it. This is a Voron on steroids. So other manufacturers that have multiple tool heads like this, really it's the Prusa XL. And this will actually, I believe, run you a little bit cheaper than the Prusa XL. This is an open source build. And yes, you can order this from kb3.com. There is a configurator link. In fact, it just popped up here. Just one second. Let me copy that again. So this link here is my affiliate link because I am supported by KB3D. Oh, thanks, Mr. Wizix. And no change in the price to you. It just gives me, I'll say, we'll say points with KB3D that I can then trade for dollar value to buy more things. So I figured out that I'm one of a handful of people that are sending Chris's kids to college, and you know, depending on how much he talks me into is whether they go to State or Harvard. But that's kind of the running joke, yeah. But this is a really cool kit. I am the first one in the wild, as in outside of KB3D Chris, to build one of these. He has Chris's old black box, so he's having to update it to the latest and greatest. And Chris built one of these on his stream. This is the first one out in the wild. Steve Builds will also be building one. And I think Zombie Hedgehog is talking about getting one as well. Exactly. Exactly, Chris, too. Yeah. He's lined up for the Ivy League if he wants it. And if he doesn't, then he'll probably go into trade school and kill it there as well. But yeah, let's actually, I'm going to move you guys again. I'm going to bring you back in here and see if I can't get you in that same spot. If my wire on my camera will work to kind of keep you in that angle. Come on. Work with. Hey. Okay, so we've got the one fan, and what I'll do is I'll just add another zip tie up here to kind of hold this up some so it's not drooping. The next up, I'm going to cut this a little bit shorter, do the little pigtail here. This is our NEMA 8, so incredibly cute. Drives a worm gear, and this is the tool lock mechanism. Just a little T-lock mechanism that locks the tool. Hey, thank you for the follow. EDR U69 with toes. Okay. I'm not exactly sure what that handle stands for, but welcome on in. Welcome on in. Yeah, Steve Builds opened up and did I'll say a kit review prior to Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest, and he will be starting his build. In fact, I'm not sure if he's starting his build tomorrow on his standard Sunday stream. We've got several good builds coming up. You're going to have Steve Builds building one of these as well. We're going to have, I believe, Modbot is doing another we'll say collab build with Alan Mandic over on YouTube on their Milo mini mills. I believe from what he was saying is the first stream and the last stream are going to be collab, but the middle build is going to be on their own separate channels. So that'll be really cool. I do have a Milo kit. I'm just waiting for Chris to tell me that they've got their shipment from LDO. The second batch of Milo mini mill kits shipped from China right before Remurf, and they're already back there packaging up the next set of pallets. So I mean, that's going to be really cool. Hey Zombie, how's it going? So Zombie, Zombie's trying to work with Chris on a black box. We'll say a black box XL, right? I believe same build volume size, but he wants to extend it and add a couple of more, like maybe 2 or 3 more tool heads to get up to, I think he's trying to get to 8. But there's going to be some engineering stuff there because extending this idler cool bar may saturate with all of those tool heads heated up. So they may have to add a second cooling loop. So maybe one dedicated cooling loop to the idler or the idle bar and a second water pump to feed up to the X gantry or something. I don't know, but they're working on that. Also, once again, this thing is a beast. The components for the main build, that does not include the weight of the 5 tool heads, the water that you're going to put into the water cooling system, but everything else was 80 plus pounds of material that was shipped in 3 boxes. So yeah, this thing is heavy. This is going to be like a 100-pound printer easy once you add on your tool heads and the added weight of the water in the cooling loop. So Chris is developing what we're defining, or what we're calling, black stack, which will be a 40-40 extrusion base. So the 40-40 extrusion base here, stand, so that you'll be able to set this on its own stand if you want, rather than trying to get a table, because I even worry about putting this up fully loaded on my standard benches here for too long, because it's just like a little over quarter-inch thick melamine for the board. So I would at least go up and put a half-inch piece of MDF underneath it. I mean, it does have some metal support straps along the length of the board, or the table. But yeah, I'm going to be building a black stack. Whether Chris sends me one or I buy it, there will be a black stack stand for this print, especially when taking it to shows, because them folding tables are kind of rickety. Oh, okay, Chris. So when we get this to the show, then you're going to move it in for us? Awesome. That's good to hear that you're the black box mover for the Rep Festival. So once again, let me just get a little bit of length here. I'll make it a little bit longer. I like to leave a little bit in case I ever have to cut and recrimp these, which happens sometimes. So we get those cut, we'll strip these 4 wires, and then I am going to look at a picture that Chris sent me with how his was wired up, so that I get these wired in the right order, so everything works right, or should work. And if not, then it's a difference in how my wires, it would be an issue with the wiring harness, basically, the wire harness mapping. So which we have found a couple of issues. The initial beta tool head wiring here. So at this end, of course, it's real easy. You've got the 20 gauge wires for the hot end and the 24 gauge wires for the thermistor. At the other end, it plugs into a 4-wire microfit connector, and your plus and minus for your hot end is on the outer 2 pins. Well, the way that the lineal harness that I got, the one that I got from Chris, it had the heater side by side and the thermistor side by side. So if I had not paid attention, I would have fried something. So in looking at it, I did make sure that it was pinned right. And Chris did say, yes, that was a mistake in the beta wiring, and they are fixing that in future wiring harnesses. So that's another thing that I've been doing, is just validating the documentation, the wire harness mapping. There's a couple of things missing, like there is no mention whatsoever of a ground cable for the bed. And so that's where I was chatting with him and figured out the right configuration for the Wago mounts over here on the bed. So yeah, good times. And then I'm sure that Steve Builds will come up with even more stuff. And so, as I mentioned, this is using Duet hardware for the boards. And so we are using RepRap firmware. We are not putting Clipper on this. This is RepRap firmware. Um, yeah, it really isn't. Those folding tables really aren't. And in fact, at Remurf, I think like even the bot arena for the bot Rumble folks that were right behind us, they came out with those thicker, more robust plastic tables, the plastic folding tables, because just the weight of the arena was too much for the standard ones. Welcome on in, Westry. Welcome on in, sis. Glad to have you here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get the 4 wires crimped together, or crimped, and then I'll validate the wire colors and the phases real fast. And then I'll come back in and do the plugins, or put them in the microfit connector. Going good, Westry. Hey, Evil Diesel, what's up? So Evil Diesel 3D here is, we'll say, part of Team Dragon. He is the designer of our Death Racer team, and he's already going to be revising it for the next show. It's like every show he changes stuff up. Oh yeah, Zombie. Last year at Remurf, I think I brought like 5 printers, and this year I'm probably going to bring 6 or more because we're going to have Miss Dragon there as well. So we're going to have to take 2 vehicles. And so Black Box is going. I may bring the Bamboo and others. Yeah. The Annex Engineering K3 is going to be out there. So yeah, we're gonna have plenty of things, and there is a new announcement that just popped in there about the 3D printed Toys for Tots. That campaign is active, and you can start printing Toys for Tots now. One thing to note: last year they allowed us to do any of the prints from previous years. That is not the case. You are only allowed to do the files that have been released for this year. And we've got some new files from, I believe it's JD3D and Fix'em Dude. So right now I've got Fix'em Dude Motors vehicles going on 3 printers. Though I will say that I am having some slight issues with said files just because I tried to change some parameters and it did not work out well for some of the overhangs and stuff. So I'm changing some things back and doing another reprint. But yeah. Make sure you take your time on these crimps and get everything crimped on here very well. Will save you some problems on your builds if you go through and verify that your crimps are good, and don't be afraid of cutting a crimp off and redoing it, because it'll save you a lot of troubleshooting down the road. And these little crimp connectors are pretty cheap to replace. But yeah, Evil Diesel will be revising our Death Racer. We're going to get some new shirts for Team Dragon. Evil Diesel is going to have his own logo, maybe even his own stickers. Rumor has it that there are pictures on the Discord of Evil Diesel smiling. I'm just saying. He was having a blast at the show, talking to kids and adults alike about our Death Racer, some of the changes we made to the Death Racer, the battle bots that we built and brought to the show. And we're going to do even more battle bots for this next year, or this next show, because Mrs. Dragon is already looking at different ones for me to print out for her. So, yep, we're going to have more of those. Lies, exactly. Lies, all of them. You're playing with design, practicing sketching some dragons for a tweak to the shirt logo. Rock on. So I will say that the logo that I have right now was created by KB3D Chris. It is on Iron Dragon, which is my 300 Trident build, which I love the logo. However, I am going to have some type of slightly modified logo to do hats, because the that kind of rainfall effect on my logo does not work well for embroidery, and most hats are embroidered, not silk screened. So I will need to get a slightly modified logo. And also at the show, Hector with Fabrico, not well, so let me redo that, was looking at my K3, which was of course built from one of his kits, and he gave me a sticker, which is now in there. He's got new stickers for KB3, or excuse me, for Fabrico kits. And so I did go ahead and put that on there because it is a Fabrico kit that we built it from. And he has said that the electronics build there was so nice that it needs to be showed off rather than having the standard metal panel over it. So he has now got my logo, and he's going to make a custom engraved acrylic panel for the electronics on that printer. So that's going to be a pretty cool thing. I'm looking forward to getting that. I talked to the folks over at Rack Robotics. I am seriously thinking of doing one of their EDM pre-orders, and that would be for a kit that will go on a Ender style printer. And wire EDM allows you to cut metal, and I believe with the Power Core 2, you can cut up to like 2 or 3 centimeters of material with the wire. And basically what you're doing is you're doing plasma arcing to remove material. So yeah, that'll be something really cool to add as well. Yeah, I cheated. Actually, I didn't cheat. KB3D cheated, but I'm not going to pass it up. So yeah, it's Chris with a K did it. You're praying out a poodle. That's why I wasn't in back. Okay, sounds good, Killer Dragon. Chris 2 has a real name. I'm not sure about a shorter clone. Oh, keep it up, Diesel. Remember, you got to be nice to him until at least until he sends you the resin that that he was talking about sending you. Okay, so I want to look at the picture and the wiring order that he had here. And I'm going to do some continuity checks real fast just to make sure. I mean, the motor should be pinned the same, and I built my wire harness based on the pin mapping. So I just want to make sure, because the picture that Chris showed me, of course, had a linear harness, which was all black cables on this end versus my color-coded cables. So I just need to make sure that the phases are going to line up and be all good. Oh, thanks, Killer Dragon. Yeah, my merch store has some pretty cool stuff. I just need to add some other things. I really want a hat, but like I said, the hats don't work. I tried to do it with my logo, and they just can't do it with the color gradient and that waterfall effect on my standard logo. Silk screening works perfectly fine, but the silk screening works perfectly fine, but trying to do it with embroidery doesn't work out. Whoopsie. May not be able to get down in there with these probes. Okay. So all I'm doing is I'm going to grab two wires here and see if I've got continuity between them. If I do, then I've got a phase. If I don't get continuity, then I don't have a phase. So I'm getting a 9.4 reading. So the red and blue are a phase, which means black and green would be the other phase. So black and green. And the readings are the same. That's the other thing you want to do when you're checking continuity like this. There's two ways. You can just hold them together and then try and spin a motor. It's a lot harder when you got a worm gear. Or you put them together in continuity mode, and if your pairs are the same, it's going to get a reading. If not, you'll get that 0.L, and that means you don't have continuity. It's not paired together. It's not a continuous circuit. And when you get continuity, it's going to give you some type of reading. You want to make sure that both pairs are giving, the same reading or very close. Like if one's a 9.4 and the other is a 3.6, that means there's a bad wire, right? You've got continuity, but the wire, something is bad in the wiring, or it could be like the solder joint of the wire inside the motor isn't that good. It may be a cold joint or something like that, and it'll lead to problems. So a couple of things to check out when you're checking your motors and making sure you understand the pairs. And so I'm just trying to make sure I understand how that motor is paired together. And so we did say red and blue and then black and green, so I can follow the mapping that Chris had here, and that should be fine. So first one's red, next one's blue, and this is I'll have to show you the pinout on the actual motor. The red, blue, and then black. Your wiring is a little off upstairs. Wait till you meet Mini Me. Uh-oh. Oh yeah. I got what you're saying now. I smell what you're cooking there. Yeah. Mini Me was so fun. So um as you know, I got the ERCFA V2 kit as part of the trade that I did. And in the process of that, I gave the hat. I'm going to roll with it. The wire colors do not match up at all. I'm going to roll with it, and if it doesn't work, we'll repin one side or the other, whichever is the easiest one to repin. So once again, Chris's wires on the wire harness. So I matched the color scheme here to what Chris used. This side of Chris's picture is all black. So as you can tell, black's here, black's down there. This is orange that maps to green. This is blue and red, so red and blue. I don't know, we may wind up popping this out and repinning it so that the wire colors match. Because basically, this phase is up here, this phase is over here. I may just swap it out so it matches, but we'll see. It may be, I'll say, cross wired for a reason, right? Meaning it's going to flip, it's going to run the motor in the opposite direction. If I flip these 4 wires on one side or the other, it will change the direction of the motor. The phases are lined up, but it will change the direction of the motor. It's easy to mix dirt with a gallon of water. Oh, I got you. Yeah. She hasn't taken, oh, I know. I know. She was really happy when she got that. Little things, right? Little things. Okay, Evil Diesel, yeah, bring that over today or tomorrow and I can wire that up for you, that nanopixel, not a problem. So yeah, so we've got our motor wire done. We've got the fan wire done. The only other wire that we have up here that's not connected is our Z end stop. And once again, to do that, we have to physically take our Z end stop off. It's just mounted there somewhere. Yeah, our Z end stop is mounted right here. I need to take this off and wire or solder a couple of pieces of wire on there so that we can bring it around and connect it in with its 2-pin wire right here. And this hole right here, or these 2 holes here, are wire, or no, I think one of those is touch screen. But we can do some wire management there as well. I'm going to leave this on for now. I'll do this part off stream just because. Let me just change my note here from X gantry wire to just because in order to do that, I'm going to need to pull the printer down to more easily do the soldering over here. So I'll do that probably off stream, but maybe on stream. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Next up, what's next on my list? We need to get our black stop pieces done. And so on our black stop, bring it over here. So you'll see that there's a hole right here. This is a 5mm roughly hole. It's made for the 5mm to be threaded for the 5mm insert that is the black stop all effect trigger. And so I need to tap this with our M5 0.5 fine thread. You do not use a standard M5 thread. You've got to get the ultra fine 0.5 thread tap. KB3D sells them. And you need to tap this hole, and then there's another hole because there will be another one on the top side of this, I believe, for the other, for the X end stop. So we're going to need to tap these holes now. Whoops, sorry about that. And I'm not sure, Chris claims that this can be done while he claims that this can be done with the belts and everything in place. I don't know if I'm going to do this by hand, because trying to get a reamer handle on here, there's no way that this will be done. Now I'm going into plastic here, and this plastic, all the plastic parts on this printer are polycarbonate carbon fiber. And yes, those are 3D printers back there. So give me 1 second, and I will switch camera views, maybe. Works with me. So yes, there are a slew of printers back here. So we've got Iron Dragon. This is my 300 size boron trident with my the smoke panels with my logo on each side, cut in vinyl by KB3D Chris. We've got Kyber Dragon. This is an LDO kit, 2.4 LDO kit, running cable chains and everything else. This is one of the few that's actually running cable chains. The Trident is running CNC Tap 2.0. This is running CNC Tap 2.0. But it's still running the cable chains, not CAN bus like everything else. This is Fey Dragon. This was my first larger Voron. I won the parts for this from the Voron team last Remurf. So this was built after Remurf. We've got a Mercury 1 0G. This is a full frame beta build. I did this under closed beta. To my understanding, it's still closed beta for the full frame enclosure build. And this is the, based on like the Ender 5 Pro size bed. Okay. Then we've got the Annex Engineering K3. Once again, this is a mixed voltage, so 48 volt running through a Annex Engineering Constellation Supernova board that's running 48 volts to the XY gantry and 24 volts to the Z motors and the extruder. It does have a Beacon H. I'm going to be talking to the Beacon team to see if I can get into their currently closed beta for Beacon Contact, so I can start doing nozzle probing with my Beacon. We do have a Waveshare 7.9 inch display, which is a hit all around. We've got our new Bamboo Lab X1 Carbon. I picked this up on my way back from Rocky Mountain this year. It does have the AMS, so that was the combo. Down on the bottom, in desperate need of some assistance, is my original Tevo Tarantula that got me started in 3D printing. I've got a baby belt hiding down here that I need to finish. I've got a Prusa Mark IV. I've got a Ender XY, which is a Core XY conversion. Let me bring you guys around here. Let me see if I can't bring you guys around here, because you can't see. So the Mark IV, it's going to get a MMU3. I haven't got shipping notice yet, but I know they are shipping the MMU3s for the Mark IVs. The Ender XY is over here. That's going to be on the bench sometime in the near future, as we're going to make it a triple lead screw so that we can get the bed wobble out of it. We've got our Trident 350 that we had been working on during the weekday streams with an ERCFA V2 on it that just needs to be tuned. The Trident works beautifully. I've been printing a lot on it, but the ERCFA needs a lot of tuning to get going well. The box over here is a VZBot 235 kit from Mello. So that's going to be going or getting started here soon. The rest of the black box parts right here. What you don't see, well, we got the Elegoo Mars 2, so we do some resin printing as well. What you don't see is downstairs, I've got another Voron 2.4 that I built for one of my subscribers named Chewy. I've got 2 Enderwire builds downstairs. I've got a Ender 5 Plus turned to a 0G Mercury 1, so that's 370 by 370 by 420. So that does all of my full-size helmet builds, right? I've got an Ender belt, a Prusa Mini, a Rook 2020, and a Bugboo 210 downstairs. Over at Evil Diesel's house, which is Site B, Dragon Den Site B, he's got 3 Prusa Mark IIIs that were self-sourced, self-built, all running INC boards. All of them are bear builds. One of them has an MMU2. He has a Flying Bear Reborn 2, and my OG Ender 3 that was heavily modified. Oh no, I'm well over 20. I'm well over 20. I gave away I traded the Micron Plus for a Tube Air Hot End, and I traded the Salad Fork for a FXD extruder, a Takato HE50, which is like the Super Volcano size, and another ERCFA V2 full kit at Remurf. Oh yeah. So that's what I do, is I do printer builds. I was also talking to Fabrico about a VCore 4 when they come out, and trying to get one of those on stream. Don't know what size. I do not believe, unless he's willing to, I don't think I want to do a 400 or 500 size. I think I want to do the 300 size. But if he says, hey, I want you to do a 500 size and bring it to shows, then I'll do a 500 size. I just don't know where I'm going to put it. Sorry, coffee grounds out at the bottom of that cup. And then we also have a Milo mini mill coming. So we'll be doing that build here in a little bit. And I'm seriously thinking about getting a Rack Robotics EDM conversion kit for an Ender 3. And then just buying a used Ender 3 off eBay or something. Okay, Royal Nomi, I need to go weed eat. I cut the grass right before Remurf, but I didn't weed eat, and I really need to go and finish weed eating. But yeah. Yeah, I'm seriously looking forward to the VCore 4, and if I get the opportunity, it's going to be so nice. And yeah, so I already have a Shapeoko 3 that's out in my shed. It's a Shapeoko 3 XL, so it's like a 16-inch depth by 32-inch wide cutting area. If I need a bigger one, my brother's got a Shapeoko 4, so I just have to drive up to Virginia to use his. we've got a X Tools D1 20-watt laser that is pretty much Mrs. Dragons. I told her, nope, I bought this. This is for you. Here's the manuals, YouTube, go figure it out. And she did. Like, I don't know how to use it. I'd have to go and get fun up on it. And then the Milo Mini Mill and the EDM will live out in the garage. I'll have to get a couple of 20 amp circuits added out there. Well, Killer Dragon, I've done some talking with some people, and I am going to create a business. That way I can start counting some of the show stuff as business expense, some of the printers and stuff as business expense. The question is whether or not I do a limited liability corporation, or if I do a 503 or 501c3 nonprofit, because I do consider this an educational channel. I am not doing this technically for a profit. I am doing this to show off new capabilities in the 3D printing realm, the maker realm, and to educate people. So anything that I get from this channel goes right back into this channel and going to show. There is nothing going to my pocket. I cannot quit my job and do this full time. Definitely not there yet. Don't think I'll ever be there, because then this becomes a job and it won't be the same. So I think I need to be like a KB3D brand ambassador or something. So, you know, if KB3D wants to put me on the books as an employee at some point, I'm open to that. Sorry, switching over to the other coffee. By the way, coffee-wise, I don't use the mug on stream all the time. I am a Black Rifle Coffee Company guy and a Dunkin' Donuts guy. So normally when Mrs. Dragon is here, she'll make a Dunkin' run, and I'll have Dunkin' on stream. So if you see references to Dunkin' Donuts, that's why. And then if you see me drinking out of a cup or one of my Yeti mugs here, it's Black Rifle Coffee Company. I love their coffee. They're a veteran-owned company, and I subscribe to them, and they send coffee to veterans downrange and first responders. So definitely love to support those folks. And if they ever want to support me, I'm up for it. I've reached out, just haven't got anything back from them. So, okay, we're working on the black stop, and I think that is as far as I'm going to get that in. Let me back this out. I'm going to put my hand up here because, once again, this is polycarbonate carbon fiber. And I just want to catch any shards that are backing out so it doesn't drop down on my electronics. That's hole number 1. So we'll put a black stop here on this side. Whoops. Yeah, so let me not put the camera here so you can see what I'm doing. So we just tapped this hole over here, so we'll add this one, and we'll work on fully when we get into commissioning guide, we're going to check the end stops and make sure we get full, or as full of movement or travel movement as we can out of it. Now on the black stop, what I will show you is it does have a, if I can get this thing to focus. Just come on, you can do it. Focus. Focus on my finger. Right. It does have a slit in the top to allow you to use like a screwdriver to tighten this up. So I'm going to try and get it started by hand. Once again, that's why we used our tap, is so we're not having to cut threads the whole time. And then we're going to use our KB3D, strongest magnet in the world, pry bar slash sometimes used as a screwdriver to screw this in. Should work, maybe not. Oh, it's not going to be wide enough, so I need to grab a standard screwdriver. Darn it. Watch, this one's probably going to be too big, so I'll have to break out the iFixit key. Nope, this one will work. Yeah, he does. He has we've got 6. So we've got the 3 Mark IIIs, the Flying Bear, the Ender 3. What's the other one? Yeah, never use a screwdriver as a pry bar. But like if you're using it to take a printed part off of like a shaft or something like that, it works okay. Turn it. Come on, there we go. So I'm just going to screw this in and try and get it close to flush. Like I said, we will, when we go into the commissioning guide, once we're under power, we can start seeing our black box triggers on the black stop Hall effect sensors. Then we'll adjust these further. And from what I'm hearing, having them fully seated into the plastic and maybe even beyond flush is not a bad thing. So you just want to make sure that you get full travel while still triggering your end stop effectively. Okay, so that one is installed now. And the other one, where's the X side at? There's the sensor. So it should be right here. So the other one is that hole right there. So we need to tap this one and then install a black stop Hall effects trigger right here. So yeah, that KB3D, Chris, and like I said, that neodymium magnet at the top of it is awesome. I've got several of these, and I leave them because my bench is steel. I always have one like right at each one of my benches. So it's always good to have available if you're trying to pick something up that's magnetic or to use as an actual screwdriver. Aaron, don't tell me what to do. Yep. Uh-huh. Okay, and so need to tap this one. Always going to be fun and handy to do. Once again, tapping this part would have been a lot easier to do before installing. However, my taps weren't in when we did this part. So we had to improvise, install things, and then we'll come back and tap these. Let me, oh no, that's not going to do what I needed it to do. Let me get this out of the way. Continue to try and tap this by hand. Once again, this would be a lot easier if I was tapping this and using the tap handlebar to do this, but I'm not going to be able to use it while doing this or while it's installed, and I'm not taking the belts out and uninstalling this gantry just to drive this. Yeah, 5 and your 3 Frankenstein. Exactly. because the focus and the other ender I actually bought for you, not those weren't mine that I brought to you. I have to bring you a few more if you've got room. Keep it stuck to your work light. Yep. So this was probably going to take a little bit longer for me to tap just because of where it's at. And once again, I did print these parts in polycarbonate carbon fiber, so I could theoretically use some like cutting fluid if I felt like I needed to, because polycarbonate is resistant to some of those things. But I don't want to if I don't need to. And I think I'm going to wind up using my Knipex, which once again, thank you KB3D Chris for the Knipex, to hopefully be able to twist this a little bit more or easier than trying to do it by hand and gripping hold of it on threads or cutting threads, because, well, I've got enough little cuts on my fingers now. I don't need to be exacerbating and adding more. Do I do giveaways? Every once in a while. I am not a giveaway stream, or at least I have not been. Every once in a while, for special occasions, we'll do some giveaways. I'll probably work on KB3D or with KB3D to do some like KB3D gift cards towards the end of this build. And I may, yeah, I'm working on things. Right now, the giveaways that I do have been for like my 1-year stream anniversary. I've done some giveaways throughout the year of just excess stuff like some boards and things. Hey, Jedi Spidey, welcome on in. Good morning. But I am primarily here for educational purposes. I haven't hooked in with like Polymaker or anything like that because I know that they do back a lot of streamers. And there is a local company that I may be reaching out to and talking about things like that, that I just found out about at Rocky Mountain. So, yeah. But the primary purpose of this stream is not giveaways. It's to do builds, to pass along information, to provide a place where people can talk and ask questions, and we can help troubleshoot some things. Yeah, there you go, Mr. Wizix. The build tips and tricks are a lot of the goodness that comes out of this channel. And once again, if I decide to do like a 501c3 corporation where I'm a charitable corporation, I would have to be careful about doing like giveaways and stuff like that on the channel, or keep the channel completely separate from the 501c3. Right? So that's the thing that I've got to be cognizant of and careful of, so I don't run afoul of, you know, the IRS and state and federal law enforcement agencies because they like, having excuses to go after people. There we go. Yay. And okay, and based on where this is at, I am going to bust out the Hodo real fast. And when I do that, I will mute you guys because that Hodo vacuum is very loud. I will say thank you to 3D Print SOS Fader for showing this on his stream because I was looking for ways of being able to like clean up the cruft in your Voron printer easily. And so once again, this is the Hodo. This is a handheld. You can use it from one side, so input and vacuum with it, or the outlet side, you can put in adapters and like blow things up. But I'm using this primarily as a vacuum to vacuum up pieces of prints or stuff like we all know in our Vorons we get little pieces of filament everywhere, and after a while you got to go in and vacuum it out and do maintenance. So this is basically what I bought this for, is to do said maintenance. But give me 1 second here, folks. Okay, so the reason I muted the mic is it is fairly loud. Like, let me see if the noise canceling will allow this to get picked up. But it is pretty loud. It does make a good amount of noise, but it is extremely powerful. So definitely, if you're looking for something small, I mean, don't just buy it and use it on your 3D printers. It works great in your car and stuff like that as well. Or any place where you need to get in and vacuum, and a big vacuum is just too unwieldy to get to. Great little thing. It is pricey, but it's USB rechargeable and it's handy. Yes, it is handy and very good. So, and I understand that they have like several electric screwdrivers and stuff like that as well too. So we're gonna grab our other black stop sensor. Once again, this is gonna get screwed in this way. So let me good thing it's metal or it's magnetic, and I've got steel everywhere here. I just dropped that. Trying to get this started by hand, then I'll grab the screwdriver and press the way. Do it, said screwdriver. There it is. So Chris too, where's Dad at? I haven't seen him pop on yet. Yeah, that Hodo would be really good for doing your keyboards and stuff as well. But it's definitely a little bit better because it doesn't have, or it has a lot more vacuum capability than the standard small ones. So we did the black stops. We've done most of the wiring. We still need to do the Z end stop pigtail. So we'll cut that off the list. We got that off the list. We need to install our counterweight material, mount the left panel, then do the wiring for the fan and pump, other cooling lines, tool head PTFE tubes. So we're getting close. I will bring you guys back out, put you up here, maybe drop you down a little bit so I'm not at a really obtuse angle. And what I'm going to try and do is, you'll see me as I'm working on this side. When I go to do the other side, you won't see me, but this is a press fit top. And this is where you might be able to use your, I don't know, use your KB3D screwdriver to get in there and pry it up, or use your fingernail. But it's just a quick little press fit. And we're going to be putting in our lead material into all three chambers of the box and then giving it some shake to make sure it tamps down. And we want to try and make it even on both sides. So let me grab that material in here somewhere. And if I remember right, this is about 5 pounds or so. No, 4 pounds. So it's about 4 pounds of lead balls, right? So don't try and put these in a linear rail carriage, because they're lead balls, they're soft, they will deform. So what I found when I was adding weight to my DO droid build was the Gridfinity funnel fit beautifully, and I'm hoping that the same thing will work here, where I can just stick that there and then be able to add my material directly in using the funnel. And that way it's a little bit easier to work with. And I think what I'm going to do, got a binder clip here. I'm going to pull this up to the top and just put a binder clip on there. Try and hold that on the material. There we go. To hold that up and out of the way. And that way I can use both hands so that I can manage how much material I am putting in and keep my funnel from dropping out. Okay, so that side is pretty close. We'll have to add a little bit more on it. Now this side, it's not going to fully go in that hole, so I got to be careful, a little more careful. I'm going to add some of the balls slowly. And this side is a smaller cavity than the other side. So we gotta be careful. I may have overfilled that. Nope, we're almost perfect there. And we'll give that a little tap. And I'll bring you in here a little bit closer and show you. There's our material. And we want it to be pretty much up on the middle. And then we also have to fill in the center, which is going to be, that's going to be the hard part. The sides are a lot easier, but that middle is going to be hard to do. So yeah, that was pretty close there, Mr. Wizix. Now I'm going to try and add a little bit more here just to bring it up to level. We're getting it close. And then what I want to do is I want to do the other side, and then I will start to evenly fill in the middle channel where I've got less material left in here and it's easier for me to control what's going where. So that's going to be the plan. Take these and move them out of my way. I think I've got another binder clip over here. But I think I've got another binder clip here. Apparently that would be a false assumption. One second. Nope, I'm going to have to swap them from side to side. No biggie. So let's take this binder clip and move it to the other side. Pull this up and out of the way. Grab our funnel. And once again, we're just going to do the same thing. We're going to do the larger side first because that's the easier side. I can use both hands on the bag and that'll give me better control. Once again, this when Mr. Wizix was saying the tips and tricks are worth the price to admission, using that little funnel is definitely a good tip trick to have in your arsenal. And probably when you're getting close to the end, if you're a little worried that you're getting too close, then just look at using some, put some of the remainder of your material in a container and then scoop it out a little bit at a time. Use maybe like a teaspoon or something. Once again, we're just using that funnel to direct things around and to make sure that we don't make a mess. And now we're getting to the point where it's time to do the middle portion, which is the part that's a little more cringy. I'm going to do this side over here off camera just because. Hey, Pezliz, welcome on in. Good morning. We are, how can I put this? We're playing with our balls, but we're not lubing them. We are working with our lead pellet weight for the counterweight to the bed. And we did the easy part, which was the two sides. Now we're doing the hard part, which is the middle. Did hear at least one ball just hit the table. Don't know where it went, but it did hit the table. I wonder. So I've been using my Gridfinity funnel, which is really good for getting, putting your little screws in things. And now this is going to be too big to get into the space that we're trying to get into. And this may actually be easier, like trying to use a folded piece of paper to guide our material in to this center hole easier, but we'll see. You just have to be slow and steady. And we got at least one more ball out. So there's one. There's the one that I heard. There's at least one more that I heard bounce on the table. Not sure where it went, but we will find it. I can handle one or two. I'll switch over to here and do this side. Like I said, on this central part, I'm going to try and use that to make sure I'm evenly distributed. We'll put the clip on there to hold that up. And once again, we've got the two sides filled. Now we need to do this center cap, which is a completely awkward kind of crevice to get stuff into. Like I almost wonder if there's a way to leave a channel at the bottom. B7H30 coffee, B7H30 drinks coffee. Okay, cool. Hey, Hybrid Robotics, welcome in. Welcome in. Completely missed your comment. Need more coffee. Exactly. Exactly. So once again, we're trying to go real slow as we're filling up the center channel, because our funnel does not work in this orientation. So we've got to be very careful. Okay, we got one on the desk here. And we've got a few around the edge. I'm just going to use my pen and knock them in. So, Pez, I need to show you something here in just a second. I just say that because I know that you might be doing dishes soon. Okay, we're pretty close to full here. I'm going to switch back to the other side. Um, so not sure if this looks familiar. I haven't gotten all fancy and embedded my logo in here yet, but you know, we might. But we've got 2 of these boxes ready to go. These are for our maker chips. And I believe Miss Dragon is bringing at least one of these home that she got off of Kevin's table. But yeah, I've got 2 boxes done. And I've got a set of 16 maker coins printing right now over on the Bamboo in 4 colors. The white, gold, red for the dragon logo, and black. So, and I may do some where I swap the gold out for silver. So where's my, so K2 Kevin was really, really nice and provided some of us with maker chips. So this was the maker chip that he made for me. And you can see that the dragon logo, because it's got that waterfall effect, didn't come out perfect, but it looks really good. He has modified this for me already so that it's a solid piece rather than trying to do that waterfall effect. And by the way, this is a valid QR code that goes to my Twitch channel. So there you go. If you picked any of these up, be sure to scan those QR codes and go to said websites, because I hear that 1 or 2 of them might actually get you a prize from K2 Kevin. I don't know if that is truly a rumor or a reality, but I've heard that that may be the case. Once again, since we're close to full, I am going to put this down on there. It's just a little press fit. I'll continue to work on this other side. And I just want to make sure that I don't hit something and knock some of these balls out. I'm trying to be as careful as I can. Yes, he is a good one. Well, Killer Dragon, if you go to Midwest Rep Rap Festival or Earth this year, I will have them. That's the whole point, is I'm going to be printing those out. Yeah, I know there's another box style that will allow you to, you're showing that off on stream, that will allow you to basically bring an entire filament box full of coins with, or chips with you. So that design looks really cool as well. And we are pretty much there. We've got a few of our ball bearings left, so we're going to dump them in there. And there we go. We've got 4 pounds of counterweight installed on our black box, just like that. which also means there's another 4 pounds of overall weight added to Black Box, which I'm not looking forward to picking up and carrying around all the time. But it is what it is. So both of these are filled. They're both closed back up. Once again, these little lids are just friction fit. I do need to cut these tails off. I need to really sharpen up a pair of my scissors with my electric sharpener before I go to cut these ends down. This stuff is like, I don't know if it's like Kevlar or what. Like I was using metal shears and it was still not cutting well. So cutting these off on both ends and will be another thing I need to do, but counterweight done. So see, we're making progress. Things are getting cut off. The next up is installing the left panel. If you remember right, we built the left panel on the last stream, or the last Black Box stream at least. So I'm going to turn the printer 90 degrees. Well, maybe I'll do it full 180. So this is the left side of the printer, okay? Which means, dang it, I really need to cut this off. Let me see. That worked. All right, that worked. So we'll get the one side off. And somewhere around here, I do have fire, and I will need fire to burnish the end of that. Does anybody know what I did with my fire? Oh, there it is. Found it. Melt that end a little bit so it doesn't fray. If you had a way there to have your stuff, then I would. Okay. Where are you located at in the world, Killer Dragon? Are you in the U.S. or another part of the world? So you may remember that we assembled some of our panels on the last stream. This is the left side panel. This is the one panel that we must put on the printer in order to continue and do the cooling system. The rest of the panels are not going on the printer just yet. Because one, it adds weight, and then two, it's not needed, and I want as much access to the printer as we're doing the commissioning process. Now, one thing is these clips keep coming off. And I was talking with KB3D, and he made a suggestion about turning these rings around. So I'm going to try and do that and see if that helps. I don't know if it will. Try it on at least one of these. Yeah, a little bit. And what I may do is see if I can find a printable nut for this side. Okay, well, I'm in North Carolina, so that's not far away. So if you do a bang Discord, So an exclamation point Discord in chat. That will bring up the invite to my Discord channel. Ping me on Discord, send me a DM. And if your handle's different than what you're using right now, just say, hey, this is Killer Dragon. And we'll start a conversation. And I will get your address from you. And I would be more than welcome to send you a maker chip and a sticker. If you won't be able to make it to any of the shows this year. Yeah, so some of these are still loose in this orientation, others are not. I don't know if I can try and flatten out these tines a little bit. And whoops. Give me 1 second. I'm going to see if I can't bend over or flatten out one or two of these tines to see if I can get a little bit more grippy grip. That's not that, or you know what would also work here would be an O-ring. That might be a suggestion I make to Chris as well, is potentially even putting an O-ring here. So you can put an O-ring on this side. You can put a nut on this side as long as it's got the proper threading. I have no idea what the threading is on these fittings. But these will be your PTFE tubes that come down and go through here. And what's basically going to happen, we've got these connectors here, and they're loose. They're not fully tightened, but they're going to fit in these diamond-shaped holes, and then gravity will pull them down and keep it tight. And then we will tighten the screws down at a later time once we get the panels dropped in there. Figure out why they're not going in now. Oh. There we go. That side's in. This side, come on, go in. So funny enough, these are fouling out on the actual extrusion that's right behind there. But leave in there for the most part. Let me see if I can't play around with this. So for the most part, these are there. Our PTFE tubes are going to come down through our block, and then we'll loop them around, and they're going to come into these fittings on the other side. So we will bring all of our filament in through these PTF couplers. Yeah, they're just right up close to the. This doesn't seem to be falling in there as nice. Figure that out. Wiggle with that. But this is how the left side panel is going to sit on. Like I said, we'll tighten down these screws and that will suck it into the foam. And I'm just trying to figure out if there's anything that's hitting, catching, or throwing one of those through. Go. Go. I miss you so. The second time. Okay. Big meat paws, small place. There we go. There it is. Yeah, I think having, if I can get some proper sized O-rings, that might actually be a better connection than these little spring washers. Or what I'd really prefer is just a nut that you can hand tighten down versus these spring washers. Don't like these as much, but that's me. They are pretty functional. They do work, but not what I typically prefer. And that feels like it's down in there. It's not pulled tight. Maybe it's because I've got this way loose. Let me see if I tighten this up, if it will pull in. No, it feels like there might still be something there that's back to. Let me turn it around. See if I can figure out what is causing it to not fit down in there all the way. Oh. Other than the bottom not being turned right and not in there, that might be. Boom. And the top not being turned right either. There we go. So that side's in. Other side in. So your corner pieces do have to be turned in the right direction for them to align and to go into your side panel. There we go. That's better. So in essence, printed parts, where's printed? So you've got these weird shaped diamond pieces that I keep throwing on the ground. So you've kind of got these weird off-kiltered diamond shape, right? And this piece gets screwed into your panel on this side. Then it drops in to the diamond, gravity pulls it down, and then it's going to be able to sit there, and then you'll tighten it up, and that will do your panels on each corner. So you just loosen these 4 screws, you'll be able to lift your panel up and pull it out at each of the corners. That's a really nifty little design that is actually quite inventive and pretty cool. Okay, so left side panel is on there. We're loosely on there. The one thing I forgot to do is I need to put my couplers in on the side here. So let me turn this back around. Chonky girl's getting chonkier. Hey, Jedi Spidey, cool. Yeah, I don't know if you want to throw it out here, but if you want to ping me on Discord, once again, it's Bang Discord, and kind of let me know where you're at in North Carolina. And who knows, maybe we can get together. Maybe you can come over and visit the Dragon Den if you're close enough. And there's the Bang Discord. That's the Discord server. Make sure you join, and we'll chat about it. And like I said, you know, if you're close enough, maybe we can get you over here to see some of these things in person. Okay, so left panel, we're close. So a couple of other things that we need to do is we've got some of these push fit couplers, okay? And the push fit couplers are used to join our lines through the panels. Okay, so these will actually be able to go through the panel and then slide down in the slot. And on this side, we've already got our two our two water lines here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pick that up and see if I can't line it up and push this connector on. You want to make sure it's fully pushed on, fully seated, and then it should flip right down in here. Okay, so there's one on. And they say to put these on first and then feed these through your panel when you're putting the panel on. I think this might be a little bit easier. And these connectors, how they work is they actually seal around the outer edge. So the inside of these push connectors have a, don't know if I'll be able to get it on there, but the inside of these connectors, you can kind of see some shiny metal, and then right underneath that shiny metal is an O-ring. So these seal around the outside edge of the tubing. Okay? So let me quickly pull up our browser window. Yeah, black box stuff. So I do have the instructions here for building the tool head. I'll use that to build the other tool head off stream. I'm not going to do that here on stream. I'll do that off stream. And then 7B, this is the part where we will actually install like the PTFE tube and get our PTFE tubes run between the tool head and the dock. And there's a video linked in the, um, well, there should be a video linked right here to show you how to straighten out your spring steel wire, which normally comes in a coil. And that link does not work in the downloaded document. I need to go to the website and see if the online guide has the link, because I do need to check that out. And then what? So I will work on that as well. We may do that later in the stream. We may do that on another stream. Right now, this was adding the counterweight, which we did. Once again, you need to fill all 3 of the channels up. We did the 2 ends, and then we divvied the remaining material between the center. The cord will stretch when new by about 2 to 3 millimeters of effective container drop over the first few days. So now that we've added the 2 pounds of weight on each side, it will stretch those cords. That's why we set it where we did, is to enable and allow for that stretch. Okay, so now it tells us to wait until the following day to install the enclosure panel on the left side of the machine. Well, that's good. So I don't know, I'll check with KB3D Chris, and I don't know if that means that we need to reset it to this 2 millimeter gap between the screws and the top of the container to make up for that stretch or not. So I've got this mounted here. I'm not going to cut it, or I'm going to use it to get our tubing runs done. But then I will take this left panel back off probably tomorrow after it's had time to set and settle. And if I need to readjust the counterweight lengths, then I will. I'll do that off stream probably. Oh, nice, hybrid. That's good. That is good. 1 second. I want to do something. I want to see if I can get Bamboo Studio installed on my streaming box so we can pull up the stream as it's doing its thing. I'll tell you that. Anyhow, so we did that. Let's go ahead and work on the panel due, which is part of the enclosure package. I am going to tighten these down just a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit for now. Just so it doesn't pop back off. Because I'm probably going to move this around. And then one of the other things that I need to do is the wiring. So here's our 12-volt fan. And then here's the wiring for the water pump. Now, I'm not sure why, but we've got, I believe this is a 12-volt for the water pump itself. And then we've got 2 more wires. And I'll have to look, and I'm not sure if like these need to be joined together and then put in the last one. But this piece, I've got the female connector down here is going to come down and plug in right here. And then this is also where our plug is. There's a cutout right here in the side panel, and that's where we put in our plug and our switches at. So this comes down and will connect in to a 4-wire that'll control the pump and the fan. And I just need to know, like, do I pipe this into these two and I only need 2 from the pump? Or, which I think is the case, because this pump, you cannot see it, but there is a display on this pump, but it's actually, you can't see it because it's mounted down in here. And I don't think we're going to use the display. So I think these 2 wires are quote unquote dead wires. And these other 2 is where the fan wire gets connected in and we're done. So I'll double check the wiring harness on that in the electronics section. But I'm going to set this down and we'll bring up the panel due and we'll get the panel due in the mount, and then we'll work on some of the rest. Like I said, we're just trying to do some of the little things that need to be done before we get into anything else major. We're going to need to do some tube routing. Actually, do I want to do that or do I want to do the tube routing? Yeah, I'll pull this down. We'll do the panel due. We'll get the panel due installed. And then we'll come back and we'll do some of our tube routing. Let me flip this around and bring it down off the bench. Like I said, she's getting heavy. She is a chunky girl. So on one of our last streams, we did go ahead and installed the heat set inserts that we needed to in here. And this housing is not the Prylene carbon fiber CF. I wasn't getting good luck on printing this out on Fay-Dragon. In fact, Fay-Dragon, I forgot that I had taken off a, whoops. We'll wait for that ad to complete. There we go. So this panel due mount here, it's different. You'll notice that this is a Polymaker Galaxy Black ABS. And I did not use the Prylene CF, polycarbonate CF on this, simply because I was having bed adhesion issues. And I had like 2 or 3 failed prints. And well, the first couple of reasons I was having failed prints was, one, this part is too big to go on the Annex Engineering K3, which is where I printed all the other parts in PCCF. And without even thinking about it while on stream, I turned around, put the filament over on Fay-Dragon, and hit print. We started printing on Fay-Dragon. And it's about a 6-ish hour print for this. And I was sitting there going, why is this print failing? Why is this print looking like dog doo-doo? Well, the reason the print was looking like dog doo-doo was because I was trying to print polycarbonate CF, so carbon fiber filled polycarbonate, via a brass Revo nozzle. Because I had forgotten that Revo so I run Obsidians on all of my printers, but I had gotten a clog and I did not have another Revo Obsidian. So I put in a standard nozzle, a standard Revo nozzle. So that brass nozzle is currently somewhere between a 0.6 and a 0.8. So yeah. So while I was out at Remurf, I was mentioning that to Georgia with E3D, just as an aside of, hey, you know, this is what I did, wasn't a good idea. And she goes, hold on. She goes, well, I don't have a 0.4, will a 0.6 work? So she handed me a 0.6 Obsidian nozzle at the show. So I do have a 0.6 to throw in there, and I do have profiles for 0.6 that I use on the Trident that I can easily modify and run over on the 2.4. So this, my friends, is the Panel Do 7i. This is a 7-inch Panel Do. I believe it is a touchscreen. So yeah, this is what we're going to be installing on this printer. And I just need to figure out where this is getting mounted. So we're like this. We've got our connection over here. So this is how this is going to mount. So this is the top side. So that is the upside. And the downside is where the display ribbon cable rolls over. And you'll have your 2 capacitors, your 3rd capacitor, your SD card, and your 4-pin connector over here. So that's what it's showing here. Fit the Panel Do into the housing from the back side of the mount. The fit is meant to be on the tighter side overall. Take care to avoid damage to the LCD ribbon during the installation. So we're talking about this piece down here, because this is your touchscreen piece and then this is your display ribbon. And you've got your, like your reset button, your other button, and your buzzer. And so they're lining up with these holes on this side. So we're just going to make sure that this lines up. Drop it down in there. Make sure that things are lining up in the gap, that our screen's lining up good. Make it fit. We didn't damage our ribbon cables up here. Everything just popped in place nicely. We do have our film protector on here, so we do have, let me make sure I can get a edge on that so we can peel that later on. Okay. So I got an edge created there, so we can peel that later on. So there's our Panel Do sitting in there. Now, secure the display to the mount using 4 M3x12 socket head kip screws and some nylon nuts. So we'll grab our black box fastener kit here. Not going to need the rest of the Panel Do stuff, so we'll just take this and throw it aside. Now this is the hardware kit for Black Box. I really like that it came like this. For the majority, all of your screws are still in the baggies. Do yourself a favor, leave them in the baggies. If you're like me, I finally did knock this over. I knocked the top end over and everything was in baggies, so it was easy to drop back in here. The only thing that wasn't was my, my T-nuts and stuff. And I do need to figure these out because some of these T-nuts, well, one, they should all be M4 and some of them are not. They are M5. Like that is definitely an M5 hole. So I have about 25 of these, or about half of what I have left, that are the wrong size. Chris has already sent me the replacements, but I just have to dig back through them and separate those again. And this top piece has a little bit of suction to it, but underneath is all the rest of our M3 and M4 hardware. So just going to scoot that aside for now. And we're looking for our M3 by 12 socket head cap screws. And on the top here, this is for the top tray. This is for the bottom tray. So we just look and say, here's our M3 by 12 socket head cap screws. So 3 over, 2 down. Boom, there we have it. We're going to grab 4 of these. We need 4 of these. We need our 4 of our nylon locking screws or nuts. And these are going to come in from the front. Of course, my print, because this is front side down, is a little tight, but I'm not going to try and maybe. I'm going to use my deburr to hit those holes very lightly. Otherwise, I would take the screen out and use my reamer to ream these holes to a true 3mm. Like, you really don't want to be trying to screw through plastic. Yeah, I'm still going to have to. So you really don't want to screw through plastic and then try and screw into something else, because you might tighten in the plastic before you tighten into your nuts. But oh well, that's what I'm going to do. I really don't want to take this back, pop the screen back out to get the reamers out and ream it. So I'm just going to do it the lazy way. And just to make life easier, I'm going to go ahead and get all my screws and nuts started, and then I'll come back with my pliers and we'll tighten these, or not, we're going to snug them up. We're not going to really tighten them down. Oh yeah, yeah, I think you're going to need to make more of these kits, Chris. And I hear that's another job that you got, was packing all of these kits. And that pulling and packing each one of these is like 2 hours, something like that. There's definitely a lot of different screw sizes in here. And there are M4s, M3s, and 5s. So, and I know like the Voron team tries to limit the overall number and different sizes of screws. But in this case, some of it is just component based. So based on the component being used, it may require like an M4 versus something else. So some of that is just up to the components that were chosen. And I think the vast majority of these were already decided by the gentleman that really created the black box project to start with. And I think Chris has just been going with that same standard bomb. Curious to see what Steve Bill says about that too. There we go. Basically what I'm doing is tightening these down to hand tightens, and then I will come back with my pliers and hold on to the back of the nuts while I screw it the rest of the way on there and tighten it down. Like I said, I don't really want to tighten it down a lot. I just want it to basically stay in place and not like try and really crank it down and break the border or something like that. So, hey, Shenanigans, how's it going? Welcome in, my friend. The other thing you don't want to do is damage the traces on the board either. So gently grab hold of it, tighten it down. I'm going to kind of go rule of thumb here because it is such a tight fit in the mount that I just want the screw to be close to being flush with the back side of the nut so that it's fully engaged in the threading. Or actually, no, that's not going to work. It's going to have to be a little bit more so it's fully down on the surface of the mount. When I start to get real resistance, I'm just going to stop. I don't want to really go beyond that. You got to be careful because there are like little surface mount resistors, and if you're not careful, you'll hit one of these and rip them off. And then you play havoc because, you know, you're going to have to get that resoldered on there. And if you don't have a reflow set up, you can do it by hand. I know because I popped one off of a CM4 and it was a major pain in the butt. So do yourself a favor, be careful. If you've got a socket, that would probably be a lot better than trying to do it with pliers like I'm doing. I'm just too lazy to look to see if I've got a socket or a socket wrench that will, or a box end wrench that will fit these nylon nuts. There we go, all four screwed down. What's up next? So how's it been, Shenanigans? Hope you're doing well. We've been going through and just working on our black box kit, kind of doing some punch down stuff. So we're going to install the display's wiring. It's important to note that panel do, when used with the Duet 3 6HC, requires a different pinout at each end of the cable. Okay, I have created my own cables here based on the wire harness mapping, and I went ahead and this one's handwritten because I have a lot of these little extra lengths here, but the other side, well, is also handwritten as well. But on most of these, they were printed out on my, I've got a P-Touch labeler. This is heat shrink tubing, so I can shrink this down. And I've made it so that I know that this side is for the panel do. This will mount over here. And we've got 5-volt ground. We'll verify that with the way this is going to go in, we're going to have the red and then the black. So plug that side in. The other side will actually go to the 6/8C. Once again, it'll be red, black. I think, what else do I have? Blue and green. Make up my wiring harness there. Now we want to route the panel due wires to the exit location shown in red. So when we put this on, we're going to have these two gaps, and then there's a little nub cutout. The wires for the panel due need to be going through this nubbed cutout here. Okay, so we're going to kind of bend them over, and my heat shrink may be a little bit long. So just going to bend them over, make sure they come out of that nub hole there, like that. Kind of make them flatten out as much as possible. And we're going to put in a couple of M3x8 socket head cap screws. So these are 12s. These would be what? 12s, 10s, 8s will be right down here. So we'll grab a couple of these. We'll screw this down. Uh-oh. Hey, Silverback, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid with a party of 5. I see Da Vinci, Shenanigans. All righty, welcome on in, folks. Welcome on in. So make sure that your screws are all the way screwed in and you've got your nice flat box there. We've got our 4 wires coming out. Once again, this will go over to our 6/8C to IO0. So this will get mounted on the frame next. Well, soon. We've got to add a fan here. We're going to install a 3010 blower fan into this location with a couple of M2x6 button head screws. Let me see if I can find where that other fan is at. Not there. Nope. Ruh-roh. No fan in those. Fan there. Open, nope. I may be missing a fan, Chris. Different build. This is all black box. Box bed. Yeah, I am missing, or I have misplaced one of those two. Said 3010 fan. That is all the stuff from the Trident build. Good news is I probably have a 3010 blower fan. So let me look at my stash. '20s. big guys. 40-10 blower. 50-15s. More 50-15s. 60-20s. Oh, 30-10s. 30-10. Oh, what do we got here? 40-10s. The 40-10. Okay. I'm apparently missing a 30-10 fan. And at this point, 10 streams in, so that's like 2.5 months. I can't say whether this is a shortage in the kit or if I did something with it and can't figure out what I did with it. It really could be one of those two things. So we'll chalk it up to me versus Chris 2 not packing something. Hey, KB3D Chris, how's it going? Hey, so Chris just subscribed at tier 3 for 13 months. Awesome. Yeah, here's connectors. There's some extra belts. More connectors. Spare shim, a spare bearing. More 2x6s. 3x3 and my magic goo stuff. Yeah, Chris, I appear to be missing a 30-10 blower fan. But like I said, no big deal. I'll order one. So I'll need to add a 30-10 blower fan to this. Where does that get? Let me do something real fast, folks. Okay, So I just popped a couple of questions into Chris. I'm not sure if we'll get to them. I may go ahead and still just mount this, and then I will add this fan later on. Something I can do off stream. But the fan would mount right there, and I don't believe I have a 3010 blower, or if I do, I cannot locate it relatively quickly. It would make sense for me to have 3010 blowers doing as many of the small builds as I just, God only knows where I've put them. So I will get a couple on order. That's no big deal. And then it's really just where does it get installed on the printer? Because I never saw a wire map place for the 3010s or for that particular 3010. Sorry, folks, I'm just going to take a quick look again over here in the stash. See if it was just not, if I've got one, it's just not readily visible. Ooh, there's a possibility. There is a possibility that I got a 3010 blower in here. Not standard yet, as there's no release version for the hinged good. So no need for this fan at the moment. Okay. Oh, no, and I don't have that blower anyhow. And Chris just told me it's not needed at this point, so I will trust him. I will trust him. So then my feedback there, Chris, would be it calls for it in the manual, but it also doesn't have a wire mapping, so that will cause some confusion. But then again, this is not the latest manual off the website, so that may be part of the issue too. So once again, can definitely add it later on, no problem. We've got the heat sets in there, we're ready to add it. This is going to be mounted right here. We should have full access to add that fan and then route the wires underneath the panel, maybe just taking the bottom panel off. So now this gets mounted onto the printer. We're going to use a couple of 40 series M3 T-nuts. These are our big boys. We'll grab a couple of these. And what is this going to get mounted with? Two M3 washers and M3 by 14 socket head cap screws. So a couple of M3 by 14s. And a couple of standard M3 washers. Remember, we have both M3 and M3 fender and M4 and M4 fender washers. So that back in there and I'll put it down because, like I said, I know me. I have already knocked it over once. It took me several weeks to do it, but I know me. I will do it again. So we're going to need to move this to the side. Panel due is going to come over here because we need to put our printer back up here. And as we've been saying, be a chonky girl, so we need to be ready for that. So we got plenty of room. And which way are we? Okay. Ugh. And one thing I will say is that's another reason why I'm not putting all the panels on, is as soon as you put panels on, you have lost places to grip, hold, and lift this bad boy up. Okay? So be cognizant. Don't put your panels on until you absolutely have to. So our display is going to go, this is the front. This is where that display is going to be mounted. Let me go ahead and turn her sideways. Easier for you to see, harder for me to do, but such is life. The things we do for street. Okay, so we're going to put these in with the holes facing the outer edge. We're just going to drop these in here, rolling T-nut style. So they're lined up. Get our mount here, and normally what I like to do is just get like one side in there and then I'll slide it to the other side, get that mounted in, then I'll screw everything down. When you're using a standard washer like this, there's one side with smooth edges and the other side has a little bit of a burr to it. I always tend to put the burr down or just drop it. I tend to put the burr down towards the printed part because that way as you tighten it down, it kind of grips into the printed part a little bit better. And that's especially good on, say, parts that are going into like motor mounts that you're using the tension. If you go with the smooth side, they're more apt to loosen up over time just from the movement of the printer. Once again, I'm going to get this lined up and just get the screw started. Then I'll push it over to get the other side lined up and get that started. And I don't know the final placement of this. There is the ability to slide this in and out. So I'm just going to kind of line it up with the front face and then, quote unquote, pack it down for the moment. And considering that this is sitting right in front of the two boards, this is a really long cable, but this is going to go into the, whoops, that's not what I wanted to grab. This is going to go into the the Duet 3 6HC board. And I don't know what all I knocked off there, but I did knock some stuff off. Moving that around. Doesn't look like anything important at the moment. Yeah, she's getting heavy. So what I'm thinking is the reason that this is so long is it's designed to go into the cable trough around, because we're going to go into IO port 0, I believe is the one on here. Yeah, IO 0. So we're going to bring this down around and then go into IO port 0. So once again, our cable is going to come down into the trough, around, and then the connector is going to go into this port right here by our Ethernet cable. Or, yeah, that is Ethernet. That's going to go right there. That's what I'm going to do, is just kind of route this around through our cable trough. We've got a little bit of good extra cable here, so don't worry about like really trying to make it tight bends and stuff like that. You don't want to have tight bends in your cables. We do have plenty of room in here. That plugged in. Bring this through here and then up into the cable trough nicely. This will just be kind of packed into the cable trough like we've been doing everything else. Ooh, so now our panel do is installed. What's up next? Floor panels. Installation of the floor panels is straightforward, as they are not only physically secured. Removal of these panels will be the way that electronics are accessed for future repairs or maintenance. These panels only fit in one orientation and include slots to allow the counterweight cord to pass into them. If you are working with a panel due display, slide the mount left or right until it's centered within the relief of the floor panels, which we will. The display can be tightened for now, but will likely need an additional fore and aft. So this is moving it front and back once the front panel is fitted, so that it lines up flush with the front panel. So now let's look at the bottom pan, or the floor decking panels. Those should be okay. That will be these panels that have this weird cutout, and this is for the pulley section down here. So these will be the two, and one of them is marked panel due. Don't know why, but this looks like the right side panel because of the cutouts in the back, and the cutout on the side over here for, you know, the mount the vertical mount for the Y rail and such. So this is going to be the right side. And these holes here are to allow access to the screws on the 2060 extrusion. So that they're basically, look at them as almost like relief cuts. Hey Pete, how's it going, my friend? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. We are making progress. We've got, let's see, we'll have one more connector to do, which is for our water cooling pump and fan. And then one up on the X gantry, which is the Z end stop. And in order to do that one, I need to take the Z end stop off that we had temporarily mounted so that I can solder wires to it and then make the final pigtail for the Microfit 3 connector. And then that gets all of the X gantry wiring done. We still need to do the PTFE tubes for the tool heads. We'll do the PTFE tubes. We'll do the wiring loom up to the tool head from the tool dock and get that stuff done. And then what? Yeah, I think that's going to get pretty close to being done and ready for commissioning. I did get the commissioning guide, so I do have that. So probably on next Saturday's stream, we'll be right into commissioning. I might do some of these little final wire, things during the week or tomorrow. We did get our black stop triggers installed. That's one less thing we need to do on that. So the triggers for our Hall effect black stop sensors have been installed for X and Y. We got the left side panel temporarily hanging there. We're still going to need to finish the tubes, which we'll work on here in a short minute after we get these bottom deck panels on. And what else? We'll get the tubes, I'll say routed, but we won't connect them fully to the left side panel just yet. And the reason being is we may need to take the left side panel back off to do final adjustment on our counterweight strings now that we've added the counterweight. I need to ask Chris about that. Let me see if he's still in chat. Hey, Matt, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Give me 1 second. Okay, let me see if Chris is still around to see that. Okay, so this side is going to be the right side, it's going to have a cutout for the bed cable chain. It's going to have a cutout to go around the Z-axis. And we're going to have another cutout here that's going to go down around the pulley. So we may need to move these wires around into that cutout. And then we're also going to probably have to loosen up and move our panel due left to right just to let things sit down appropriately. Where'd my screwdriver, where'd my driver go? Just take your time and work this down into place. Might need to move the panel due forward. Continue to move it side to side, left to right as needed. So undo your screws so that you can move it around. So sitting down there, sitting down here, sitting down here. So that is where it will live. We'll have the left, we'll have the right. Left, right, and back panel. Oh, okay. Installation of the floor panels is straightforward as they are not physically secured. Interesting, because believe it or not, there are some, looks like 3mm holes here and here. The one in the front and one in the back that looks like it would take a M3 screw to hold them in place. So that's interesting. That is interesting. And also looking at this, looking at my cutout here, bring you guys in closer. So looking at this cutout, it looks like it's touching here, but I've got a big gap here. So I may take this and move my mounts slightly more over to the right. Probably have to do the same thing on the left side so that they're clearing the panels, because you don't want these strings that are under tension to be rubbing up against a panel edge, because it'll cut into the panel one and then it'll mar this string, which could cause us problems as well. So this pulley needs to be pulled over some, and the top will need to be moved over slightly as well in order to fit around this piece better. And like I said, there is a hole right here and one in the back that lines up with this center 2020. So I'm seriously wondering if there is meant to be a tie down, and that's probably to keep things from rattling as much. So I assume that it will rattle. And I don't think that this is going to be a solid press fit. On both sides, or that, a solid press fit between these two panels. Well, they sit pretty close, but once again, there is a slot on each side that can accommodate a mounting hole or a screw to mount these down and make them hard mounted. Panel seems like it's sticking. Oh, like why is this panel sticking up? It's because it's how I routed my wire over here. So because I routed my wire, eh, there we go. Because I ran my wire down this front side here, it's going to catch right here. This panel, no big deal. This panel, yes, will catch. And so I'm talking about the way I ran this wire down this edge and down around here, it does catch. Now, one thing, I can't go on this side because of the thing. So I need to make sure that this comes up and over my side panel. So that's something I just need to be cognizant of. And I'll probably need to do it over on this side as well. Whoops. Is make sure it comes up and over and around. Or this one, I could probably just move it to the back side and route it right down this side versus the other. But those are little things that we need to do, just it's tweaks, right? Little tweaks. Little tweaks. Just make sure it comes up and around on this side and on this side. We should be good. Should be good over here on this. Definitely need to move this box over some. Which is great because there's screws on the top and the bottom. So I'm going to have to get this over the edge so I can try and get to the bottom screws and undo them. And then slide this mount forward so that it centers on this piece and lock it back down. And then I can adjust this to make sure that this movement is straight up and down and vertical. So I'm going to get this to the edge of the table. I will pull this back some so that I can get in there. And I cannot remember off the top of my head what size screws I need or what size bolt that is underneath. So let me move some things around so that I can look up underneath there. Dang it, that's the third time I've done that. Good thing the V0 is getting a complete rebuild. That's about the fourth time I've knocked things off of it. Not sure if that's a 2.5 or a 3 millimeter there, so feels like a 3. doesn't take a whole lot to get this lined up. I mean, we were talking maybe 1.5 to 2 millimeters. So it may be that we don't even need to change things here. I'll double check. We may be close enough that we don't need to change it. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to do the same thing on the other side. And when I go to do that, I'm gonna have to turn this completely around 180 degrees and probably take that left side panel off to do it. So that, folks, will be a off-stream thing most likely. Bring you guys back around here. Sorry about the wonkiness. That, put this back in there so my monitor doesn't die on me. But yes, working on this left side and getting the other pulley aligned on the left side, that will be done off stream, just because it's going to be a bit of a bear. And right now I'm just pulling the paper off the left side acrylic so that we can get that installed. And so for those of you that were here on Thursday as well, we'll chat about this while we're sitting here and I'm doing this. I found that there is a filament company called Epax 3D. They do resin printers, resins, and filament, primarily PLA, fast PLA, and fast PET G, I believe. And they actually have a warehouse in my town, and their office is about 30 minutes away from where I live. So even with Diesel and I'm going to try and set up a visit to their offices on next Friday. I want to do it quicker than that, but it's more of, well, real life work getting in the way of my playtime here. Too many meetings going on, and I got to pay the bills somehow. So I'm going to try and set up a day trip with Evil Diesel to go out there on Friday and go see their shop. Maybe get my hands on some of their filament or some of the Toys for Tots printing and a few other things like that. Once again, this piece is going to come in here. We're going to scoot this over, and we remember that we're going to have to probably move our pulley as an end result here. But we also need to be aware of the wire over here on this side. And I may have to either trim my wire stuff so I can raise it up. I don't think I've got enough slack here to get it up underneath. Oh, maybe. Look at that. Oh, no, nope, nope, still too tight. Still too tight. So that is at least one of the motors. That one, it would be that one. So I do need to trim my stuff here a little bit. I'll use my not a pry bar to peel out my 40/40 trim some, and I'm just going to cut it a little bit shorter so I can bring my wires up and over the edge of the plexiglass. And, just take off a couple millimeters or so. Now give me a little bit of play on those wires so that I can lift them up and put this panel underneath it. I have to do the same thing on this other side. You do the same similar thing to this other side. Or at least just get me some slack in the wires. This some. All right, darn it. That's all the way over. This side's all the way over. Bring it up. Push them down together. And there we go. Compression fit. Now we can kind of align our panel due side to side. Work front to back based on our doors. And we'll be able to lock this down in place by, once again, lifting the panel that we just put into place so eloquently. Okay, so back edge to edge, and lower body panels are in. Now I just have to polish them up to get rid of my fingerprint, but I'll bring you down here and show you that these are a little bit better aligned. It looks like after doing the shenanigans up here, that I may still need to move this over just a little bit more. Make this not rub up against this side. And then this side, same thing. I'm going to have to make this move over some. That one's not too bad, actually. That one might be good. That one looks like it's good. This side over here, I still need to move it a little bit back some, which may mean I may need to adjust this top piece here. But this is how the bottom panels look. Seams right down the middle. And like I said, it does look like there are spots on each side to drop a screw, probably with a plastic washer or a like TPU printed washer, because you don't want to really crank it down and you will crack your acrylic if you do. Right, so right now you lift them up in the center and they kind of compression fit right here in the center. But does look like there's holes here that we can hard mount them if that is what we want to do. Says we don't have to. So straightforward, they're not physically secured. However, if I start getting rattling, I may add some screws here to try and prevent some rattling. Okay. Panel do display, we move side to side. We may need to readjust it and move it forward some more once we do the front panel. But I don't want to fit any more of the panels until I have to. Got the left side, that has to be there because of all of the water cooling tubing. I can probably go ahead and get the right side and rear panels ready. I'm just not going to install those until I get the, we're going to commission it first and do all of the commissioning stuff before I put the rest of the panels on, because I don't want to make it any harder than it needs to be to, to turn it. I just don't want it to be any harder than it needs to be as we're doing the commissioning and trying to get things aligned and everything. So the front panel will get interesting because there's a large cutout. You've got the hinged door and so forth. So that'll be a little bit different. Once again, we'll do that once we are ready for it. That'll probably be a couple of streams away to do the final panels, simply because, once again, I want to get it commissioned and still have it open to have greater access. This is kind of where we're at now, is doing our tubes for the upper, or for the X gantry, and getting them brought around to the front panel here. So we can work on this some. So this is going to be fun just simply because I don't know how easily this tube is going to bend, right? So this is our water tubing here, and it's got a little bit of a bend to it. It's a little gentle bend. And probably what I'm going to do is I'm going to start over at this side with one of the push fit connectors, bring it up, run it around, figure out what my service loop will be, and then cut it. And then that'll be the one, because we're not getting real sizes here or lengths. We just kind of know about where it's routing. Note the hoop at the far end marked in green must be retained. These tubes, when secured, must allow for movement of the tool head without binding to all corners of the build area. See the next page for different additional reference views. So these loops here have to be there so we don't kink the tube. If it's too tight, then we will kink the tube, and that would be bad for water cooling because you need to deal with the pressure, right? And so I can also tell you that looking at these ends are not straight, so we do need to cut these ends straight. And I kind of wonder if my PTFE tube cutter will work to get these straight. Yeah, I got it straighter. Straighter. There we go. So we've got a nice, good straight cut in now. And we're going to take that and put it in one of our coupler coupler fittings. Right, it's going to just press all the way in. Make sure we got a good tight fit. And I'm going to start over at, raise you guys up. I'm going to start over at this side. So I'm going to do the lower tube first, okay? And that lower tube comes out on the left, has a bend up and into our tube, whatever we want to call it, our tube fitting. So I'm going to get these wires out of the way. I'm going to take this and put it down here, and it goes through on the left side. I'm going to line it up on the left-hand side here, slide it through and down. And then this is going to help me get this tube aligned into my X gantry. It really doesn't like snap in per se. We're going to have to try and fit it in as best we can. do want to say I think there is decent enough amount of bend there. And then once again, we need to come around and do our quote unquote service loop and figure out the distance. So it's going to go into this right side connector as looking at it from the back. See, that's the part that worries me, is kind of like all the way over here. Line back up in there. Now, granted, where the bed sits, that would be off the bed, probably on the bed still, like right there. I almost feel like we need a couple of more links in this chain. This feels really tight over on this side. I think that's about the length of tube that I want right here. Get the second press fit connector put in. Once again, this is going to go right next to the other one. It'll be on the right hand side, the side closest to the dock on our panel. And we'll come around. And what I'm going to try and do is install the little clips, at least on one or two of these, so that they are connected. And as we make that connection, it's going to help support this as well. And where are those clips at? If I remember right, these will get zip ties that go around like this at both the tubes. We'll need to get some more of our zip ties. Not 100% sure if these are ones that came with the kit or just mine, because, well, I tend to have a bunch. And of course, these ones aren't going in. So do I have any there? No. Zip ties, skinny, thin zip tie. These should be pretty skinny, but the question is are they long enough? Possibly. Sorry, folks. Here are the tubes in the line holders under the drag chain, using tie wraps along the path, boom, boom, around those corners. The problem is I don't know, but I think my corner or my holes in my printed parts, they're not fully clean or something. So I may pop these off and try and fix them. Ah, yeah, the holes just aren't clean. Where I need pick to be able to use our tweezers here, just try and get these holes cleaned up a little bit. So how's everybody doing today? Hope everybody's doing good. I want to thank everybody for dropping in today, hanging out. We might not be going too much longer just because I need to do a few things. Mrs. Dragon, by the way, should be picking up the Kia Soul. It has been quote unquote resold. It now has a new engine. What we're saying, it's resold. But yeah. The Kia dealership did come through for us, get us squared away. So we cannot complain that much about that. I always complain about. They did get us squared away. And she was supposed to be able to pick up the soul today. So hip hip hooray. So the left side, this one was the bottom. This one was the top. Gonna fit over it, and then our zip ties come around. Seriously. Oh my God. I just crossed my zip ties. That's why it's not working. So I just crossed the top to the bottom. Oh yay. There, cut here. Pull these two out. Now let's try this again. Through the bottom. So much easier to see now. One. Hey, Hutch's Makerspace, how are you doing today? I hope you are doing well. We're doing pretty good. We're working on the black box build still and trying to get our water lines figured out. Get all of our zip ties nice and tight. What I'm finding out is I'm having to redo these zip ties just because the holes aren't clean, so I can't get the other zip ties in. Having to clean those up some. Yeah, Mrs. Dragon, I'm hoping as soon as I'm done here, I'm going to reach out to her and see if she picked up the car. She should have the car picked up by now. And if that's the case, then she'll be heading home soon. Not that, I'm excited and happy to have her home, because I am. I'm extremely excited and happy to have her home. So, and as I've been mentioning, she is going to be with us for Murph. She is going to be with us for Earth or 3D Printopia as well. So I'm excited for even more people to meet Mrs. Dragon. He had a blast at Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Festival. He's already got me looking at additional like BattleBot designs. He wants to like make the next one even better. So she's excited about that. And then we've also got Evil Diesel's daughter is going to go with us this year to Murph at least. I think Earth is a no-go just due to school. Or in school, like work. It's getting in the way of fun. But, yep. Okay, so there's two. Like I said, we're just trying to get our water tubes routed. Now this is, I'm going to say, a temporary routing of our water tubes because that left side panel may need to come back off to do a couple of straightenings. Need to straighten up a couple of things. The left side panel may come back off. Need to straighten up a couple of things. I'll need to do a couple more things wiring wise for our tool heads. And it's just going to be easier to pop that left side panel off. So it's just there, we'll say temporarily in place. And we will make it permanently in place shortly. Check. Kind of fiddly work for my fat phalanges. Okay, so we got 3 in place. We've got number 4 to go. We'll go ahead and try and poke on it and open up the holes a little bit so it makes it easier for us to get the things in, the zip ties in. And all I'm doing is just trying to shove this into the hole to open the hole up a little bit. There's a little bit of swarf because of the way that the orientation that these were printed in. I'm just trying to open up the holes a little bit. You're here, you're just cleaning up a 3D print? Well, I get that. I get that. That always has to happen. Not always, but a lot of times it has to happen. We've had Chris 2 here most of the day. We got KB3D Chris sort of quasi lurking. His he doesn't have audio, he just has chat going. I believe he said his son's swim meet is going on. I think it was swim meet, swim lesson, something. And so once again, this is the black box kit from KB3D. There will be links popping up on the regular throughout the stream to the configurator page where you can go and spec out your very own black box build. And it is capable of up to 5 tool heads, but you don't have to start with 5. You can, you just have to start with 1 and then grow into it as you need to or can afford to. That channel is worked a little harder than normal. So but thank you to everybody that's come and hung out with me on this fine Saturday morning. Okay. These are at specific intervals around here. So I need to make sure that I put it back in the same spot that I cut it out from. Just so we get our bend as appropriate. This is tight as possible. In, get our top plate in. And we'll work on getting our zip tie done up. What I'm trying to do is get the head of one side or the top one on this side and the head of the other of the bottom one on this side, so I can really pull and yank on them to get them nice and tight in there. This one's just going to be fun. As we're just starting to get, I'll say, tight in our tube bend here. So this one might get a little bit of fun trying to get it done. I think what I'm going to do is turn the printer around some. Just give me easier access to it. And I'm probably going to have to cut this one off as well to clean this one up just because of the way it is. And make sure I keep that cut zip tie in the right spot so that it's marking the right location. You can use like a little screwdriver. If you've got like an iFixit kit, you should have a couple of small screwdrivers and use them almost like a chisel. I'm just using a pair of my tweezers just to clear out these tiny holes here, because that's where we need to put our zip ties through. Add our zip ties back in. We'll make sure that we put this back in the right spot, same spot, and get it secured back down with our zip tie. Okay, hold on one second. Give me 1 second, Mr. Wizix. Bum, 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 bum. So this is the single one. There's also, well, you'll see it's oh wait, this is the 2 shelf. Okay, 3 foot tall. Yeah, no, that should be the right one. So there's a 1 set and then a 2 set. I've got a couple of the 2 sets that I'm using back behind me, and then the one here for the main workbench. But these are the ones that I was using. They are support up to 1,500 pounds when evenly distributed. So across the whole shelf, each one will do 1,500 pounds. And they're steel, they're like the steel girder type shelves with, I believe it's like a 1/4 inch melamine on it. If you want a little bit better surface, you could go with like 1/2 inch MDF, which is what I was doing for the shelves, so that I can, well, one, you've got melamine at the top and a grate at the bottom. So I pulled the grates out and put 1/2 inch MDF down there, cut to the same dimensions as the top melamine. And then if needed, I could always swap out the top melamine with the 1/2 inch sheet. Yeah. So we need to do this last connection back here with the other tubes. I'm going to try and figure out a good way of doing this so that I've got some ability to get these tubes down in there with a little bit of bend still. But I do want to say, like, KB3D, Chris, I'm going to have to talk to him. Because I feel like there's probably needing to be like 1 or 2 more links in this cable chain. I just feel like it's too tight coming back here to this back right side. Maybe it's just not that concerning. I don't know. I mean, it says to watch out for it, but it also depends on whether or not we're talking about does it even move over that far to make it? This is what I'm trying to articulate, just not very eloquently. And yeah, if we really need to add like one more link to this, fairly easy to do because we can do it right here at the end. We just got to figure it out at some point. Probably have Chris just count like all of the links in his to see if there's a difference between the number of links that he has on his and the links that I have in mine. Okay. So there we go. This is the one that I cut. This is the one that still got some length because remember, we still need to do some tubing over here. But this was going to have my, I'll say my service loop. And I don't think it needs to be that much because once again, coming back here, we get real tight all of a sudden. I don't know. I don't know how tight this should be. Also, this will rotate. So, you know, I can't bend this too much or I'll kink it. But coming like this is going to be way too much. So I am going to have to cut this down some more. But this is what worries me because this is fully to the right and back. And now these tubes are really getting kinked in this corner. But once again, I don't know if it'll ever get over here. The bed does go this far. So that's why I just need to check out. Maybe what I need to do is just put the bed on here. How about that? Let's set the bed on there briefly. Okay, so there's the bed. If we get a tool head on here, manually going to set it on there. There's a tool head. There's the right. Like that is literally as far right and forward as it'll go. So yeah, I'm thinking we probably need like 1 or 2 more links on this chain. Make this bend a little bit easier. So I'll have to talk to Chris about that because I don't have this style chain, I don't think. So I'll have to talk to him about getting a length or 2 sent out to me. And because of that, oops, that was not good. Because of that, that's about as far as I can go right now until I talk with KB3D. We got the panel mounted. We got the deck panels mounted. We've got most of this ran. We've got a little bit of extra loop in here. So we can figure out our proper routing for our water lines coming to the tool head. We've got all but our Z in stop. I just need to do a wire for that. Then we'll have our Z in stop added here. We'll add one more zip tie up here to kind of hold things together right there. And I'm going to route my Z in stop down and around the side here. And then we need to work on our tool heads. Once again, these wires will come up and connect into the given tool head wires. Right? Bada bing, bada bing. And we'll have our PTFE tube that comes up, goes into the service loop and comes down. And these will be added into another cable sheath around the PTFE tubes and everything to keep things nice. And then our PTFE tubes will come down and they come through these connectors here. So there's, PTFE push connectors or pneumatic connectors on the back side of these, and they'll mount here. And this right here is why I keep saying I think I need to find out the right thread pitch here to thread these on, or maybe use some O-rings to hold these on or something, because this keeps coming undone and off, and I don't know if having the tension of the PTFE tube that comes down and does a hard 90 there, if that's going to hold this on or not by providing pressure into the panel. So just stuff to look forward to. And then once again, we'll have plumbing that comes from here over and from here and stuff. So that's where we need to finish our plumbing loops. So just real fast, what do we need? So this line comes down to here. And then this line joins the left side over here. And this one is obviously going to come around and join to this one. That'll create our our single water loop between the two water blocks. And we've got little clips that we'll use to hold these into the panel. We'll come from the back side of the panel and screw into heat set inserts in these clips to hold the things there. So we've got a short one, a long one, and then another long one. And that's all the tube that I have left. So I may have cut this one too long, which means I may wind up being short on tube and have to go get a tube. But that's on me. That's not an issue with the kit. We turn this around. And yeah, this is kind of where we're at. Just has the bed sitting in here. When we come back, I would have cut the bed wires so that they go into the bed mounts properly. And then there we go. I'll get with Chris and see if I need to redo the length here and retension these now that we've added the weight in. And it's going to force these to stretch some over time. So I'll talk to Chris about that. Yeah, just a couple more things to do on this. I may stream a little bit tomorrow, or I may stream a little bit during the week just to figure this out. And show you everything I did to figure it out. And then, actually, that's a pretty short run. That's a decent run. That's not a bad run. So one. Yeah, we probably still have enough. We might be good. We might still be good. So thanks, Nick. It is 2:30, so we've been going for about 4.5 hours. Um, I say that and then I go, man, that's kind of a shorter stream. Shall we plumb the bed wiring while we're sitting here? We'll plumb the bed wiring. I don't want to do these pieces just yet. I might do that on another stream, like I said, just to um, have something that's a little, I mean, that might be a weekday stream, just, or maybe a tomorrow stream, just to do a couple of small things. But we're getting really, really, really close to plugging this in and starting the actual like software configuration side of things. Oh, cool, Pezlis. Thank you for posting that. I will grab that and throw it over on the Discord under the Remurf channel. And Pezlis, Dave Wheeler, was he the official photographer for the event? There's a really cute one of me and Mrs. Dragon. Uh-oh. That was cute. Okay, yeah. So this is the guy that was the official photographer for the event. So I'm sure there's like, you know, an eighth of these photos that are going to have Pez Liz in them if you count them up. Yeah, everybody, going out there and take a look at these. I'm just skimming through them right now to see if I can find the one that Pez said had me and This is Dragon in it. See if it just jumps out at me. Oh, this just keeps going. Huh? Good God, how much of a photo dump? Every picture has, exactly, every picture has Liz. Uh-oh, and now she's just like flipping a direct link to the one picture, huh? Yep, there you go. Oh, yes. Yes, here we go. So this is me and, so we've got Mrs. Dragon. We've got me. I was putting my sweatshirt or this on, like on and off, on and on and off, because we were at the main, we were in the North Hall, which was the main entrance. And it's like, you start getting hot. So you take your jacket off. And then people start coming in and going out. And then you get this Arctic cold blast coming through. And you're like, oh my God. So now you're like having to put your jacket back on, right? Then this is Evil Diesel over here, and he's smiling like a goon because I think who he's talking to right here is one of the bot Rumble guys that was right behind us. So he's smiling like a goon talking about robotic stuff. And then this little guy right here, this is Woohoo Sam of the Voron team. And what he's doing right now is coming back for like the fourth or fifth time saying, I've now got a Rapido 2 Magenta limited edition, right? Because he's going after one of the either the salad fork or the micron down here, right? And finally, this is where I had that conversation of I need something unique. I've got Rapidos, I've got the Next G. I need something unique for one of my future builds. And that's where he came up with the Tube, right? And with the Tube, he got the Micron Plus. And then for the salad fork, I got the Kodo hot end, which is like the Super Volcano style, the FXD extruder that goes with it, or with the Tube, either way, and the other full ERKVA V2 kit. So yeah, this little guy was hustling. And when I basically said, you bring me a Tube, you get to pick one of the two printers, he literally came back with a Tube in like an hour or so. Like I left the table, was walking around, I came back and they were like, the kid's looking for you. He's been like over here like 5 or 6 times. Like he's stalking the table now. He got the Tube. So wait, say what you will. You know, some people said he was annoying a bunch of the vendors. The kid had hustle, right? The kid had hustle. Yes, that is a cute picture. Thank you, Pezliz. And like I said, definitely go out here and check all of the cool pictures that were out here. So many cool pictures, so many cool people. The tables, the whole 9 yards. It was just a blast, and I still feel like I missed like so many tables. This guy here was over at the Beacon booth. Here's the Beacon Contact in action. So the Beacon Contact is literally just firmware update to the Beacon probe and any Beacon probe, and you can start using basically tap. It basically turns your beacon into doing tap. So really, really cool. I really like my beacons. Wow, I completely missed those. Yeah, just so many cool tables and cool things going on. Great talks. I did not get to a single talk. And I feel bad for not making the panel with Pezliz and everybody on it. But I couldn't get away from the booth. And when I got away from the booth, I was trying to track people down. And every time I came back to the booth, there was another crowd there that I was immediately going right into talking about the printers and stuff. The kids, Mrs. Dragon got a kick out of this. They had the kids doing the tug of war with the helmets on against the robots. And after a while, like they were tugging and tugging and tugging, and then the robot would just suck them in. And after the second time they did that, the kids just dropped the rope and they're like, "We're done. We're done. We can't win this. We're done." Right? And she just cracked up over their reaction of, "All right, we're not going to win this battle. We're done. This is stupid. We're out." You know. So, boom. What's this? Is this a Wild Pezliz? Yeah. Thang's booth. It was a great time. Go out and check out these photos. It was really a good time. But yeah, you want to watch the panel talk. Pez, do you know, did they record the panel talks and are they going to make them available? Like that is, they really, really, really need to make those available if they recorded them. I hope they do. But for now, I am going to kind of check and see who's available for raid because I need to eat something. I've had a lot of coffee with very little on top of it. And that normally leads to a bad day. So let's see. We've got Ugly Move, Free Heathen, Pick Stitch is playing Resident Evil. Mayhem is just printing. AZ Pinoy is doing some Lego builds. Looks like Lego Mighty Bowser. Chris Perillo. Don't see him actively on. Him for the Day is doing a community chaos stream. She may have just started. Hey, Bexy Bees, how are you doing? Just sliding right in, sneaking in. How are you doing, Bexy Beans? We were actually just looking to raid out because I've been going for about 4.5 hours, and I need to eat something, and I need to get a couple of answers for some things from KB3D before I go too much further. And yeah, that's kind of where we're at. You're a Sleepy Beans? Oh, I bet. Glad that the wedding that you went to went off well. But I do get that there's a it is a little bit tiring, and like I said, I may have cut a little bit too much length into this. And if I wind up being a little bit short, I'm going to leave it for the return loop from this side down to the return loop. And I'll just, once again, for whatever reason, I just love dumping over my Gridfinity bin full of M3 washers. For whatever reason, that's the one I always knock over. Now we get to go pick up M3 washers, and we're going to just use a magnet to do that. But if anybody has a suggestion on where to raid to, I will take any and all suggestions, and we'll go and raid on out. And I'm going to grab something to eat, check on a couple of prints downstairs, and try and get hold of KB3D Chris or Poity or Turtle Crawler or somebody over on the Discord to ask some questions about the black box here. I think what I need to do is just move these three to a safer location for the time being. Hey, Shawdell, welcome in. Grant recorded yours? Okay, great. So hopefully he'll post those up, if nothing else, on his channel. Yeah, you think the Free Heathen? We can do the Free Heathen. Oh yeah, Bexy, we'll chat later. You're probably over in Heathen right now, giving them a hard time. I hope you are. We'll go ahead and get the raid started over to the Free Heathen. Thank you everybody once again for being here. Thank you for all the good chat and the support. Like I said, this is just a great community. I love doing these builds with you guys and for you guys, and just showing you all the little tips and tricks. Every build we do has something new. So just remember, come on back. There may be another stream here or there snuck in before Miss Dragon gets home. But Tuesdays and Thursdays at 6 p.m. and then back here Saturday at 10. I love you guys, and I will see you on the next stream. Take care, stay safe, and bye now.